Chapter 42:57. The mysterious black-clothed leader actually used the blood escape technique and escaped directly. Even Gu Ling didn't have time to react. "Damn it, who is it?" Gu Ling said angrily. The other party actually dared to attack them. More than 20 saints, and the leader was actually a quasi-supreme. This kind of power was enough to compete with the Celestial clan. Someone secretly wanted to deal with Gu Fei. This was an indisputable fact. "Go and find out who is behind this," Gu Ling said to the Meng family's old clan master. "Yes, young master." The old clan master accepted the order and left. In these few days, the old clan master of the Meng family did not stay idle. All the big and small forces in the city were subdued, and the Celestial clan immediately took action as soon as they received the news. "So it's Yuan Gu." Soon the news came. Gu Ling had heard her father, Gu Fei, mention Yuan Gu. He was a big rival in the Heaven Realm, and also one of her father's most powerful and mysterious enemies. Yuan Gu had countless incarnations, but no one had seen his true face. No one knew how many incarnations he had. Now, there were even incarnations of Yuan Gu on the primordial ancestral star. It seemed that Yuan Gu was indeed powerful to have incarnations all over the Heaven Realm and the Mortal Realm. There must be someone on the primordial ancestral star who is colluding with Yuan Gu. Tell the Celestial clan to investigate carefully, Gu Ling said. At this time, Gu Fei did not appear. He wanted Gu Ling to be independent. This would be very useful for her to break through to the extreme supremacy realm in the future. One had to know that the extreme supremacy realm was not something that could be broken through by cultivation. It required experience. Some cultivators would enter the mortal world from time to time and experience the various aspects of life before finally achieving the Tao. Gu Fei had once entered the mortal world and had his daughter, Gu Ling. That experience had raised Gu Fei's state of mind to a whole new realm. After becoming immortal, Gu Fei's cultivation steadily increased, which was why he had today's achievements. Although Gu Ling did not become immortal and enter the mortal world, it was still a very important experience for her to explore the world of cultivation. 3 days later, the appointed time with Gu Fei was up. The Celestial clan's Grand Elder led a group of Celestial clan's experts to the main hall of Celestial City. However, what surprised the Grand Clan Elder was that he did not see Gu Fei. Sitting on the throne in the main hall was a white-robed girl. She was Gu Fei's daughter, Gu Ling. The other powerful beings of the Celestial clan were also very surprised to see this. Among the experts of the Celestial clan that the Grand Clan Elder had brought, some of them had even chased after Gu Ling before. This almost scared the wits out of those who had chased after Gu Ling. However, Gu Ling did not bother with these fellows. "This is my young master," the old clan leader of the Meng family said coldly to the Celestial clan members below. "Greetings, fellow Taoist Gu." The Grand Elder of the Celestial clan cupped his hands and said to Gu Ling, who was seated on the throne. The war between Gu Fei and the Celestial clan was just a temporary truce. Although Gu Fei was powerful, the Celestial clan still had a trump card that they had yet to use. It was already very rare for the Grand Elder to humble himself and come to the Celestial City to see Gu Fei. "You must be the Grand Elder of the Celestial clan. The 3-day deadline is up. Where is the mastermind behind all this?" Gu Ling looked at the Grand Elder with a faint smile. The Grand Elder of the Celestial clan was embarrassed. That detestable Yuan Gu had already escaped. How are they going to find Yuan Gu? Yuan Gu is very cunning. How could you guys capture him? Gu Ling shook her head and said, "What about this 3-day deadline?" The Grand Elder of the Celestial clan wanted to say something, but hesitated. "I want to know who on this primeval ancestral star is so bold as to collude with Yuan Gu," Gu Ling said with a serious face. "That's it." The Grand Elder of the Celestial clan was very surprised. "That's it." Gu Ling nodded. She did not want to force the Celestial clan into a corner and then fight her to the death. One should know that even a cornered dog would jump over a wall. If they were forced into a corner, the Celestial clan would go all out. The Celestial clan had been around for countless years and had accumulated a lot of resources. No one knew what else the Celestial clan had up their sleeves. After sending off the experts of the Celestial clan, the old clan leader of the Meng clan returned to the main hall. Young Master, why did you let these people go? If it had been Master's personality, these people would not have been able to walk out of Celestial City alive. Old Meng said. What's so fun about killing them? Gu Ling's lips curled. Old Meng did not dare to say anything. This young master's personality was very different from his master's. The young master was very playful. This is outrageous. If even Gu Fei's daughter is so powerful, then isn't Gu Fei even more heaven-defying? What should we do then? Yuan Gu is really a troublemaker. In a valley on a primeval mountain hundreds of thousands of miles away from Celestial City, a dozen figures stood quietly in the void. All of them were carefully restraining their auras. Humph! At this moment, a cold laugh rang out, and a figure appeared in the valley without a sound. Yuan Gu, you still dare to come? A black-clothed man roared at the newcomer. The man, who was wearing a black cloak, walked over slowly. Yuan Gu, you have to explain. The black-clothed leader stared at the man and said coldly. He had lost many of his subordinates that night, and they were all extremely powerful saints. Explain what? The newcomer said indifferently. What do you mean by this? The black-clothed leader's face immediately turned gloomy. Didn't you say that Gu Fei is only a quasi-supreme? You didn't say that he has such a powerful daughter. The black-clothed leader said angrily. Whether he has a daughter or not doesn't seem to have anything to do with your sneak attack on the Celestial City, Lord Mansion. Yuan Gu shrugged and said, The black-clothed leader was furious. It was really a tragedy for them to join forces with this guy. Isn't it? I have given you a generous reward, so the Blood Sacred Hall will have to complete your mission. Yuan Gu said coldly. Consider it our bad luck. One of the black-clothed saints said angrily. Well, you guys have already become enemies with Gu Fei. Given Gu Fei's character, you guys will really be in big trouble, Yuan Gu said with a sneer. The black-clothed leader was shocked and furious. I am here to tell you guys to go back and prepare as soon as possible. Otherwise, the Blood Sacred Hall will be destroyed when Gu Fei and his daughter come to kill you. Yuan Gu said proudly. This guy only wanted to see the world in chaos. You bastard, how dare you trick us? The black-clothed leader was furious. At this moment, he realized that he had been tricked by Yuan Gu, and he had been tricked badly. Ha ha! How many people has this guy tricked? At this moment, a voice came from the sky. Who is it? The black-clothed leader turned around and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a figure with his hands behind his back, walking towards them step by step. It's you, Gu Fei? When Yuan Gu saw that person, his expression changed immediately as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. Yuan Gu, is this another incarnation? The person who had come was Gu Fei. He arrived in front of the crowd and looked at Yuan Gu with a faint smile. You really have a lot of clones. Gu Fei saw through Yuan Gu at a glance. It was just a clone, and it wasn't like he had never destroyed Yuan Gu's clones before. You are Gu Fei. The black-clothed leader stared at the black-clothed young man in front of him in disbelief. Gu Fei looked so young. Could this guy have attained enlightenment at a young age? These idiots have been tricked by you again. Your tricks are almost comparable to He Tian's. Gu Fei looked at Yuan Gu and said with a faint smile, Who are you calling idiots? The black-clothed leader was immediately enraged. I am talking about you guys. You don't even know that you have been tricked. If you aren't idiots, then who is? Gu Fei said disapprovingly. You are courting death. The black-clothed leader and his subordinates were shocked and furious. Let's attack together. I don't believe that we can't defeat Gu Fei with so many of us, Yuan Gu said loudly. Humph. Gu Fei did not say anything. He only sneered. You still want to trick us? The black-clothed leader glared at Yuan Gu and said angrily, Do you think you can walk out of this valley alive? Yuan Gu sneered. What? The black-clothed leader was shocked. He had used the blood escape technique and had injured his Yuan Qi. How could he be a match for Gu Fei? The people from the Blood Divine Hall had used a forbidden array to help their leader increase his fighting strength. They had all injured their Yuan Qi and could no longer compete with Gu Fei. I will let you guys go if you kill Yuan Gu, Gu Fei suddenly said. What did you say? The black-clothed leader was immediately energized. You! Yuan Gu's expression immediately changed. I, Gu Fei, am a man of my words, Gu Fei said seriously. At that moment, everyone stared at Yuan Gu with ill intentions. What are you guys trying to do? Yuan Gu's expression changed as he looked at the assassins from the Blood Divine Hall. These guys were willing to do anything in order to survive. Humph, what are you trying to do? Don't you know very well? The black-clothed leader sneered. Don't listen to him. Yuan Gu panicked. Should we listen to you? One of the black-clothed saints said angrily. Killing this guy is easier than killing Gu Fei. Let's do it. The black-clothed leader waved his right hand and the dozen saints immediately took action. Powerful divine weapons rushed out of their bodies and shot toward Yuan Gu. In an instant, the entire valley was illuminated by the divine light emitted by the divine weapons. Violent energy spread out, causing the void to tremble. You fools! Yuan Gu roared angrily and disappeared into the void. He had chosen to escape. These fugitives were not to be trifled with. However, at this moment, Gu Fei made his move. His sword slashed into the void, and in the next moment, a figure fell out of the void. There was a bloody wound on his chest, and blood was oozing out of it. It was just one sword strike, but Yuan Gu was seriously injured. Yuan Gu still wanted to say something, but his figure had already dissipated into the void and turned into nothingness. Chapter 42:58. Gu Fei had killed Yuan Gu with a single slash. That stunning slash had completely stunned the assassins of the Blood God Temple. The assassins of the Blood God Temple only cared about the reward, not the person. As long as someone could afford it, they could even kill a supremacy. At this moment, the surroundings were completely silent. All the assassins of the Blood God Temple looked at Gu Fei with fear in their eyes. I want Yuan Gu dead. Name a price. Gu Fei said indifferently. I can't make the decision. The leader in black said awkwardly. That guy's incarnation was already so powerful. How powerful would his real body be? The leader in black did not dare to name a price carelessly. If the price was too low, it would be a huge loss. An unimaginable price would be needed to assassinate an existence of this level. Once they failed, the consequences for the Blood God Temple would be absolutely devastating. Do you want to go back and ask your master? Gu Fei looked at the leader in black and said, I can't make the decision to assassinate Yuan Gu's real body. The leader in black said awkwardly. How do I contact you? Gu Fei said after thinking for a while, We have a stronghold in Heavenly City, the Floral Moon House in the east of the city. As long as you bring this jade token, someone will naturally find you. The leader in black said and handed a purple spiritual jade to Gu Fei. Gu Fei took the jade token and looked at it. There was an unknown flower engraved on the purple spiritual jade. The purple flower bloomed and had a total of 9 petals. All of you get lost. Gu Fei kept the jade token. The leader in black was about to leave. Wait. Gu Fei's voice was heard. The leader in black paused and was somewhat flustered. May I know what else you want? The leader in black said carefully, Well, I will only wait for 1 day. I want to know the answer in 24 hours, Gu Fei said. All right, that's not a problem. The leader in black said hurriedly, Get lost. Gu Fei waved his hand. Goodbye. The black-clothed leader cupped his hands towards Gu Fei. then turned around and led his men into the sky, disappearing into the night. Yuan Gu is really unscrupulous. Gu Fei muttered to himself. If Yuan Gu could find an assassin to deal with him, then Gu Fei could also find an assassin to kill him. This was giving him a taste of his own medicine. The Blood God Temple was the strongest assassination organization on the primordial ancestral star. This organization had once assassinated an extreme-grade sovereign and almost succeeded. This Blood God Temple assassin organization was mysterious and unfathomable. No one knew where its ancestral ground was. Over the countless years, many forces had wanted to destroy the Blood God Hall, but they had all failed in the end. A few forces had instead suffered heavy casualties from the Blood God Hall's counterattacks. An assassin organization like the Blood Divine Hall would do anything to achieve their goals. These assassin organizations only pursued results, not the process. Gu Fei looked at the sky. The east side was turning white. It was almost dawn. In a flash, he disappeared on the spot. Many things had happened that night, but the Celestial Clan did not show up. It seemed like they wanted the people from the Blood God Temple to take Gu Fei down a notch. In any case, it would be best if the Blood God Temple could kill Gu Ling. In that case, the Blood God Temple and Gu Fei would become irreconcilable enemies. However, when the news of the Blood God Temple's retreat reached the ancestral ground of the Celestial Clan, the higher-ups of the Celestial Clan were dumbfounded. Gu Fei is decisive in killing. Why didn't he kill all the people from the Blood God Temple this time? The great elder of the Celestial Clan found it hard to believe. Their ancestor Tianluo was still suppressed by Gu Fei in the mountain and river cauldron. The fact that Gu Fei did not kill ancestor Tianluo made the Celestial Clan very afraid. After all, ancestor Tianluo was the descendant of the founding ancestor, a second-generation celestial being. In the current Celestial Clan, ancestor Tianluo's bloodline was the closest to the founding ancestor, and he had the highest chance of becoming an extreme celestial being. Since ancestor Tianluo was suppressed by Gu Fei, the Celestial Clan did not dare to do anything out of line. Great Elder, why don't I go again and see what Gu Fei will do to make him release our ancestor? A half-step ancestor of the Celestial Clan walked out. Very well. The Great Elder paused for a moment, then said, Tianming Luo Ju, Xian Kuei, Wu Feng, the four of you stay. The others are dismissed. Yes, Great Elder. The crowd hurriedly accepted the order and left. Only the Great Elder and the four half-step ancestors were left in the ancestral hall of the Celestial Clan. Great Elder, are you going to? Half-step ancestor Tianming seemed to have thought of something and could not help but feel nervous and excited. Humph. Do you think it's that easy to steal our Celestial Clan's immortal medicine? As the Grand Elder spoke, he took out an array disc. The array disc was enveloped in a layer of misty divine light, and one could vaguely see countless array patterns appearing on the array disc. This is the formation plate that can track the ancestral medicine. Half-step ancestor Luo Ju exclaimed, Not bad. With this formation plate, as long as the ancestral medicine is still in the human realm, we will be able to track its exact location, the Great Elder said confidently. The ancestral medicine was too important to the Celestial Clan. It was obtained by the founding ancestor of the Celestial Clan, an extreme celestial being. The extreme celestial being had placed a forbidden technique on the ancestral medicine and left a formation plate behind, just to prevent the ancestral medicine from being stolen. What are we waiting for? Half-step ancestor Xian Kuei said anxiously. The entire Celestial Clan had been in a panic ever since the ancestral medicine was stolen. No one expected the Great Elder to take out a tracking formation plate. It was the first time the half-step ancestors had seen such a formation plate. Then let's begin. The Great Elder activated his mysterious technique unhurriedly. In the next moment, the formation plate in his hand flew up and hovered in the void in front of him. The 4 half-step ancestors attacked at the same time and sent streams of vital energy into the formation plate. Soon, the formation plate was activated. Boom! With a loud sound, countless array patterns rushed out from the array disk. Countless array patterns intertwined and formed a tracking array. Buzz! The formation plate vibrated continuously, and the void above the formation plate distorted. In the end, it rippled like water. Soon, a blurry figure appeared in the sky above the formation plate. The silhouettes gradually became clearer, and a divine herb that looked like a divine phoenix appeared in a valley. The valley was surrounded by countless runes. Someone had trapped the immortal phoenix medicine in the valley. This is half-step ancestor Wu Feng's eyes widened. Let's go. The great elder waved his hand, and the formation plate flew out of the ancestral hall and into the sky. The grand clan elder and the 4 half-martial ancestors hurriedly charged out as well. Then they chased after the formation plate. In an instant, they disappeared beneath the sky. What's going on? Why did the great elder and the others leave the ancestral land? The powerhouses of the celestial humans in the ancestral land were shocked when they saw this. That's Celestial City, City Lord's mansion. Guling suddenly looked up. At this moment, a ray of spiritual light streaked across the sky like a meteor and disappeared into the distance. Whoosh! Guling took a step forward and arrived in the sky in an instant. At this moment, another 5 rays of divine light chased after the spiritual light like meteors. The great elder of the celestial humans. Guling sensed a familiar aura. She pondered for a moment and then chased after it. At this moment, the spiritual light, transformed from the formation plate, left the eastern region of the ancestral primitive planet and entered the central region. Then, it came to the sky above a sacred mountain. The mountain was surrounded by spiritual chi and immortal spirits. It was a holy land. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth was condensed, and there were spiritual springs dotting it. Immortal birds flew in the sky, and immortal beasts roamed the ground. What? It's here! The great elder of the celestial humans was shocked when he arrived and saw the sacred mountain in front of him. There was only one place in the central region of the ancestral primitive planet called the Divine Land. This place was not without a master. The master of this place was incredible. Oh no, great elder, this is the extreme Tao Divine Land of the extreme Tao Heaven sect. What should we do? Half-martial ancestor Tianming and the others were dumbfounded when they saw the scene in front of them. The extreme Tao Heaven sect was the #1 force in the central region of the ancestral primitive planet. The extreme Tao Heaven sect was called the extreme Tao Heaven sect, so it had naturally produced more than one extreme Tao supremacy. There were even people who said that the extreme Tao Heaven sect still had an extreme Tao sovereign overseeing it, and that there was an extreme Tao sovereign who sealed his own cultivation to oversee the sect. Of course, this was just a rumor. Whatever. The great elder was about to enter the sacred mountain in front of him. However, at this moment, a figure rushed out of the sacred mountain in front of him. Who goes there? The person shouted from afar before he arrived. That fella Yuan Gu. At this time, the great clan elder and the 4 half-ancestors were already cursing Yuan Gu's 18 generations of ancestors. That guy was a scammer. Could it be that he wanted the Celestial Clan and the extreme Tao Heaven sect to fight over the ancestral medicine? An undying ancestral medicine was enough to make an extreme Tao supremacy jealous, let alone old ancestors and half-martial ancestors like them. Greetings, great Elder Tian Yu of the Celestial Humans. Old Ancestor Tian Yu's attitude was very humble. Although the other party's cultivation was slightly weaker than his, he did not dare to be careless. The extreme Tao Heaven sect was the #1 force in the central region. There were countless experts in the sect, including 18 old ancestors, 36 half-martial ancestors, and countless saints. If the extreme Tao Heaven sect was willing, they could definitely sweep through the central region and become the true overlord of the central region. although the celestial humans were strong. Compared to the extreme Tao Heaven sect, the difference was like the difference between a child and an adult. The celestial humans were nothing. So it's the fellow Taoists of the celestial humans. May I know why you're barging into my sect? The person said loudly. The great elder did not know what to say. Did he want this fella to step aside so that he could go and retrieve the undying ancestral medicine? He suddenly saw the formation plate that had rushed into the sacred mountain in front of him. We have a treasure that flew inside. We don't want to barge into your sect. We just want to retrieve the treasure, so we're a bit impatient. Great Elder Tian Yu explained. Is that so? You're here for the undying ancestral medicine, right? The expert from the extreme Tao Heaven sect sneered. The celestial clan's grand elder was shocked upon hearing that. The 4 half-martial ancestors were also stunned. Chapter 40-259. The extreme Tao divine soil of the extreme Tao Heaven sect was a forbidden area of the extreme Tao Heaven sect. If outsiders entered without an invitation, they would be killed immediately. No one had ever dared to barge into the extreme Tao Heavenly sect's extreme Tao divine soil. You want the immortal ancestral medicine. Impossible. The expert from the extreme Tao Heaven sect said coldly. What? That's my clan's ancestral medicine. Does your extreme Tao Heaven sect want to snatch it away? Half-martial ancestor Tianming said angrily. What do you mean by force? The expert from the extreme Tao Heaven sect was displeased. The immortal ancestral medicine has a spirit and can choose its own master. The ancestral medicine flew over on its own, so who can you blame? Bullshit! My clan's ancestral medicine was stolen by someone. Could it be that your extreme Tao Heaven sect is behind this? Xian Kuei's temper was like a raging fire. He pointed at the expert from the extreme Tao Heaven sect and started scolding him. Impudent! The expert from the extreme Tao Heaven sect was enraged. He extended his right hand and grabbed Xian Kuei. Xian Kuei only felt his body tighten, and his body involuntarily flew towards the expert from the extreme Tao Heaven sect, which made him indescribably shocked. Humph! Heavenly feather, great clan elder sneered. He grabbed Xian Kuei's collar and pulled him back. All of you scram. The expert from the extreme Tao Heaven sect said angrily. Hand over our ancestral medicine and we'll leave. The Sky Feather Great Clan elder stared at the expert from the extreme Tao Heaven sect and said coldly, If you don't hand over our ancestral medicine, we will not rest. Half-ancestor Xian Kuei gritted his teeth and said, No one has ever dared to be impudent in front of me. Fan you. If you don't want to die, then scram. Otherwise, I'll send you on your way. The expert from extreme Tao Heaven sect said coldly. Fan Yu was the guardian of the extreme Tao divine soil of the extreme Tao Heaven sect. His cultivation was extremely powerful. Is that so? Then let's be impudent today. What can you do? The great clan elder of the celestial clan, Tianyu, stared at Fan Yu with a solemn expression. At this time, Guling had already arrived nearby and saw everything. Yuan Gu is too despicable. Guling was extremely shocked. Yuan Gu wanted the celestial race to fight with the extreme Tao Heaven sect so that he could reap the benefits. Yuan Gu wanted to trick everyone. At this time, the entire Primogenitor star was surrounded by the alien races. The danger of the Primogenitor star was still there, but because of the protection formation, the alien races were still unable to attack the Primogenitor star. Moreover, the superpowers on the primordial ancestral star were not to be trifled with. Guling's heart turned cold at the thought of Yuan Gu's sinister intentions. The celestial clan's great clan elder, Tianyu, and the 4 half-martial ancestors surged with killing intent. Opposite them, the extreme Tao Heaven sect's expert, Fan Yu, also erupted with powerful killing intent. Both sides were at daggers drawn, and a great battle could break out at any moment. For the ancestral medicine, the Celestial Clan's elder Tianyu didn't hesitate to fight. So what if the other party was the #1 power in the central region, the extreme Tao Heaven sect? If they didn't hand over the ancestral medicine, then they would fight. If you want to fight, let's fight. I, Fan Yu, have never been afraid of anyone. Fan Yu swept a glance at the great elder of the celestial race and the others as he spoke in disdain. Damn it! The Grand Devis clan elder roared in rage as he took a step forward. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Fan Yu. At the same time, he punched out. Fan Yu only felt that the fist in front of him was getting bigger and bigger. It seemed like an ordinary punch, but it shocked Fan Yu. Bam! The fist and the palm collided, producing a dull thud. In the next moment, Fan Yu was sent flying backward as a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. However, the great elder of the celestial race was as still as a mountain. This move alone was enough to determine who was stronger. Although Fan Yu was an expert from the extreme Tao Heaven sect, the great elder of the celestial race, Tianyu, was an ancestor. On the primogenitor star, ancestors were quasi-supremes, while half-martial ancestors were holy venerables. So what if Fan Yu was strong? He was only a half-martial ancestor. It was already very impressive that he could block ancestor Tianyu's punch. Humph! I'll let you all witness my power. Fan Yu wiped the trace of blood off the corner of his mouth and stared at ancestor Tianyu. His gaze became even sharper. In the next moment, Fan Yu directly crushed an item. Then his eyes actually turned red, and his gaze gradually turned berserk. A monstrous wave of energy erupted from Fan Yu's body. Fan Yu's clothes were torn to shreds, revealing his muscular upper body. This, the great elder of the celestial race, Tianyu, couldn't help but be moved when he saw this. Fan Yu's cultivation had actually broken through to the quasi-supremacy realm. He forcefully entered the quasi-supremacy realm. How did he do it? Was this a secret technique of the extreme Tao Heaven sect? Guling, who was watching the show from the sidelines, was also moved when she saw this. This secret technique actually allowed Fan Yu to break through the shackles of his cultivation. Although it was only temporary, it was still very impressive. Die! Fan Yu roared and pounced at the great elder of the celestial race, Tianyu. You're the one who's going to die. Tianyu sneered and also made his move, directly pouncing forward. Boom! The two figures collided in an instant. Violent energy erupted in an instant. The vast and mighty energy waves shook the heavens and the earth, and clouds of smoke and dust rose from the ground. Tianyu and Fan Yu moved rapidly in the void and attacked continuously. Every attack shattered the void and pierced through heaven and earth. The destructive power produced by the battle between quasi-supremacies was shocking. However, the extreme Tao divine soil of the extreme Tao Heaven sect was protected by a large array. Even a quasi-supremacy would find it hard to move it. At this moment, the people in the vicinity hid far away. Just as Tianyu and Fan Yu were fighting, in the sky above a valley in the extreme Tao divine soil, the great elder of the celestial race, Tianyu, released an array disk that floated in the void. Below the array disk was the immortal divine phoenix herb that was trapped in the valley by the large array. The immortal divine phoenix herb could be seen charging left and right in the valley, but it just couldn't escape. The news that an immortal divine phoenix herb had appeared in the extreme Tao divine soil had already reached the extreme Tao Heaven sect. This surprised and delighted the sect leader of the extreme Tao Heaven sect. That was an immortal divine phoenix herb. The immortal ancestral herb was something that even an extreme supremacy would covet. How could the extreme Tao Heaven sect hand it over so easily? This battle was unavoidable. Buzz! At this moment, there was a sudden rumble in the sky. In the next moment, a beam of divine light broke through the void and rushed out. A few figures appeared. The powerhouses of the celestial clan had finally arrived. Powerful auras filled every inch of the void. 5 powerful figures appeared in the sky. At this moment, four half-martial ancestors were attacking the protective array of the extreme Tao divine soil. Boom! Balls of fireballs fell from the sky like divine suns and directly bombarded the layer of light formed by the protective array's power. Xian Kuei attacked. He had the sacred body of fire and was exceptionally powerful. He could summon heavenly fire to burn the sky and boil the sea with just a thought. However, the heavenly fire was unable to shake the protective array of the extreme Tao divine soil. I'll do it! Half-martial ancestor Tian Ming attacked. In the next moment, endless earth qi rushed out of the ground. The earth qi transformed into terrifying and powerful dragon shadows that collided with the protective array of the extreme Tao divine soil. Dense sounds of collisions rang out. The huge dragons directly collapsed in the void. However, the protective array of the extreme Tao divine soil remained motionless. What a powerful formation! Guling could not help but be shocked when she saw the scene. Damn it! At this moment, the four half-martial ancestors joined forces. For different kinds of power collided with each other and increased in a frenzy. The terrifying power directly shook the world and finally shook the protective array of the extreme Tao divine soil. Boom! This power fiercely bombarded the layer of divine light that enveloped the entire extreme Tao divine soil. The layer of divine light immediately rippled like water. Countless formation patterns interweaved on the divine light and evolved into a mysterious and ancient formation diagram. The vast and mighty energy fluctuations caused all living beings within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles to sense them. In the sky above the extreme Tao divine soil, the weather changed and the sun and moon lost their light. Tian Ming, do you need help? The 5 powerhouses of the Celestial clan had arrived at the same time. This made Fan Yu extremely nervous. Nonsense. Why aren't you coming to help? Half-martial ancestor Tian Ming said anxiously. The 5 elements battle formation was still missing one person. Otherwise, it would not just shake the protective array. Boom! A man walked out from the group of 5. He was tall and had a majestic appearance, but his body exuded a feminine aura. In the next moment, the 5 elements' divine body was finally assembled. Boom! The 5 powerhouses joined forces, and the power of the 5 elements erupted. 5 figures actually disappeared, and a figure appeared in the void. A terrifying aura erupted from this figure. Tian Ming and the other 4 half-martial ancestors actually disappeared and turned into a person. 5 elements' true body. That person moved, instantly disappearing into the void. Boom! With a loud explosion, that person appeared in front of the protective array's divine light. He actually punched the layer of divine light. Seeing the scene, everyone was inexplicably shocked. The 5 elements' true body, formed by the fusion of 5 half-martial ancestors, was too powerful. It could shatter the world with just a wave of its hand. Open! The 5 elements' true body roared and shook its arm. The layer of divine light immediately shattered and a huge hole appeared. The 5 elements' true body directly charged into the extreme Tao divine soil. Roar! Fan Yu nearly went crazy when he saw the 5 elements' true body charging into the extreme Tao divine soil. The 5 elements' true body charged straight for the valley where the undying ancestral herb was. However, a series of exclamations could be heard in the next moment. Powerful energy ripples could be felt from the valley, and blinding rays of divine light could be seen shooting out from time to time. The fusion of the 5 elements was unparalleled. This was a secret technique of the Celestial clan. It was a very heaven-defying, secret technique. When the power of 5 half-martial ancestors fused together, they could form a quasi-utmost ancestor. If the 5 ancestors fused together, they could form an utmost being. The The Celestial Clan had once used the five elements' true body to fight against extreme Tao Supremes. Of course, this secret technique could grant them great power, but they had to pay a certain price. Chapter 4260. The Celestial Clan's five elemental true body was extremely powerful. With a single punch, it blasted a huge hole in the protective formation of the extreme Tao divine soil. The combination of the five elements made one invincible. This saying had been passed down in the eastern region for countless years. The five half-ancestors of the Celestial Clan fused together to form a celestial five elements. This celestial five elements was so powerful that it could summon the power of the five elements from heaven and earth at will. The celestial five elements combat power was infinitely close to the extreme grade. However, when it barged into the valley where the Celestial Clan's ancestral herb was located, it ran into big trouble. Because the entire valley was shrouded in layers of arrays, the Avalon of five elements directly barged into the arrays. Ancestral dragons attacked the Avalon of five elements from all directions. This was the killing formation of 10,000 dragons. It used the formation's power to draw in the essence of heaven and earth and turn them into ancestral dragons. Any living beings that barged into the formation would be blasted to smithereens. The celestial five elements was surrounded by countless ancestral dragons as soon as it barged into the formation. In the next moment, countless ancestral dragons charged at the celestial five elements. In the valley, the immortal ancestral herb hid in a corner, watching the shocking scene in horror. The immortal ancestral herb was shaped like a nine heavens divine phoenix. It had its own will and could escape in the face of danger. Just like Gufei's immortal ancestral dragon herb, the immortal phoenix herb was one of the rarest immortal divine herbs in the world. Moreover, there was only one of them. Other than this stock of immortal divine phoenix medicine, there was no other stock of immortal divine phoenix medicine in this world. Roar! The celestial five elements roared in anger. It was in big trouble. Soon, it was forced to retreat by the killing formation of 10,000 dragons. The power produced by the self-detonation of the ancestor dragons was simply too powerful. If an ordinary quasi-sovereign were to barge into the myriad dragon-killing formation, they would be directly destroyed in body and soul. However, the celestial five elements was different. Even though the celestial five elements was a heaven-defying existence, the killing formation of 10,000 dragons was even more terrifying. Tens of thousands of dragons pressed down on the celestial five elements. Rumble! The void was obliterated. The celestial five elements, who bore the brunt of the attack, collapsed into a bloody mist. Go! The blood mist directly shattered the void and instantly escaped. In the next moment, a figure appeared outside the valley. A ball of divine light erupted from the person's body, and the figure instantly split into 5 people. Tianming and the others appeared in the void. A trace of blood seeped out from the corners of their mouths. All of their faces were pale, and their expressions were weary. It was as if their bodies had been hollowed out. At this moment, the battle between the heavenly human clan Sky, Feather Great Clan Elder, and the extreme Tao immortal sex Fanyu had reached its most intense stage. Boom! Bam! The dull sound of the collision was like the roar of heavenly thunder, shaking all directions. The powerful pressure and battle prowess of a quasi-supreme being caused the surrounding void to be riddled with holes. At this time, many powerful beings appeared in the vicinity. They were all influential figures on the primordial ancestral star who were alarmed by this battle. Of course, there were also some super old-timers in the area. However, these people were only watching and had no intention of making a move. Rumble! At this moment, a thunderous sound suddenly came from the depths of the extreme Tao divine soil. Then, several powerful figures appeared in the sky. Supreme combat soldiers. The great clan elder Tianyu was shocked. Countless supreme combat soldiers had formed a battle formation. A shocking murderous aura filled every inch of the void. Kill! The 50,000 extreme path combat soldiers were like a dark cloud that swept across the sky. The terrifying pressure that descended from the sky caused the saints to be terrified to the extreme. When Tianming and the others saw the extreme path combat weapon charging towards them, they were shocked. Run! Without even thinking, Tianming and the others immediately fled. There were originally 4 of them, but 5 experts came later, making a total of 9 half-martial ancestors. Now, the 9 half-martial ancestors of the Heavenly Human Clan were forced to flee by 50,000 supreme combat soldiers. Preposterous! The Heavenly Human Clan's Sky Feather Great Clan Elder was both shocked and furious. The higher-ups of the extreme Tao Heaven sect were truly stupid. As the number 1 power in the central region, only a sect like the extreme Tao Heaven sect could nurture an invincible and powerful army. Bam! While Patriarch Heavenly Feather was distracted, his opponent's fist had already smashed fiercely into his left shoulder. In the next moment, the sound of bones shattering could be heard. Ancestor Tianyu was sent flying thousands of miles away by Fan Yu's punch. His left arm hung limply, but it quickly recovered. It was as if he had never been injured. At their level of cultivation, they could be reborn from a single drop of blood. Meanwhile, the 50,000 supreme combat soldiers that were chasing after Tianming and the others disappeared into the horizon. Ancestor Tianyu of the Heavenly Human Clan and Ancestor Fanyu of the Extreme Tao Heaven sect were on par in terms of cultivation. It was easier said than done to determine a victor. Kill. Ancestor Tianyu was enraged. A terrifying, quasi-supreme level power erupted from his body, causing the void around him to tremble. In the next moment, a powerful figure rushed out of Ancestor Tianyu's body and pounced at Ancestor Fanyu at an extremely fast speed. What's this? Ancestor Fanyu was indescribably shocked. Kill. Old Ancestor Fanyu roared out in rage as he punched out at the incoming shadow. A ball of divine radiance appeared on Ancestor Fanyu's fist. It was as if a divine sun had appeared, illuminating the entire world. However, the figure passed through Ancestor Fanyu's fist and pounced on Ancestor Fanyu. Boom! In the next moment, Ancestor Fanyu's entire body exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Even his Yuan spirit was shattered in the void. His body and soul were both destroyed. Fight with me? You're courting death. Ancestor Tianyu of the Heavenly Human Clan said disdainfully. Guling's eyes lit up as she watched the battle from afar. Ancestor Tianyu's mystique was very powerful. It was her first time seeing someone kill with a figure. Ancestor Tian, you seem to have sensed Guling's presence. He turned around and looked in her direction. However, the moment Patriarch Sky Feather turned to look at Guling, Guling vanished into the void and fled. At this moment, a deafening roar came from the ancestral land of the extreme Tao Heaven sect. Who dares to kill my descendant? The old voice wasn't loud, but it spread over 100,000 miles. That guy from the extreme Tao Heaven sect has revived? Some of the experts of the older generation looked in the direction of the voice with grave expressions. The primordial ancestral star is going to be chaotic again. Some of the older experts sighed. The death of Ancestor Fanyu had enraged the entire extreme Tao Heaven sect. It could be said that Yuan Gu had successfully turned the 2 clans into enemies. Soon, the group of experts from the extreme Tao Heaven sect pounced in the direction of the extreme Tao Divine Land. However, when the group of experts arrived at the extreme Tao Divine Land, Ancestor Tianyu had already left. The 50,000 soldiers had retreated. Heavenly Human Clan, Tianyu, I'm going to destroy you. The sect leader of the extreme Tao Heaven sect roared. The Heavenly Human Clan would not let the matter rest, let alone allow the extreme Tao Heaven sect to snatch the immortal ancestral herb. Moreover, the extreme Tao Heaven sect wanted to avenge Ancestor Fanyu. These 2 forces were destined to fight against each other, and it was hard to say who would win. Soon, In the ancestral land of the heavenly human clan, a person who had been sitting cross-legged on a boulder for an unknown period of time opened his eyes and stood up. I've been sitting here for 500 years, but it's all for nothing. As soon as the person stood up, a popping sound could be heard coming from his body. Ancestor Tian Kuan, something bad has happened. The great clan elder Tian Yu appeared in front of the ancestor Tian Kuan in a sorry state. This ancestor Tian Kuan was shocked when he saw the great clan elder Tian Yu. What happened? Ancestor Tian Kuan asked. Ancestor Tian Yu then told him about Gu Fei's matter, adding oil to the fire. This ancestor Tian Kuan was shocked after hearing it. Tian Yu's hair was a mess, and his body was covered in blood. Some parts of his body were even showing his bones. His powerful recovery ability was gradually healing his injured body. Someone actually managed to hurt you? Ancestor Tian Kuan was very surprised. One should know that Ancestor Tian Yu's cultivation was not as high as Ancestor Tian Luo's, but in the entire East region there were very few people who could defeat Ancestor Tian Yu. I'd like to see how strong this extreme Dao Heaven sect is. Ancestor Tian Kuan's battle robe was like a rainbow. He had been sitting here for 500 years. Although his cultivation did not break through, he had more or less obtained some benefits in these 500 years. His body had been tempered to become stronger. The number one force in the Central Plains, the extreme Dao Heaven sect, was definitely a powerful existence to the major forces in the East region. No one would be stupid enough to challenge the extreme Dao Heaven sect. In the ancestral land of the heavenly human clan, there were some special places where people were still cultivating in seclusion. They were all among the most powerful beings in the celestial human clan. These people did not care about worldly affairs. They would only take action when the extreme Dao Heaven sect was about to be destroyed. Normally, they would not come out. Rumble. At this moment, a muffled sound that sounded like thunder rang out in the sky. Ancestor Tian Kuan and Ancestor Tian Yu raised their heads. Ancestor Tian Yu's eyes narrowed immediately. He saw countless fireballs appearing in the sky. These fireballs were directly blasting towards the ancestral land of the heavenly human clan. Ancestor Tian Kuan focused his gaze and saw that there was a meteorite in each fireball. When the meteorite rubbed against the air, it would start burning. The extreme Dao Heaven sect made their move so quickly. Ancestor Tian Yu was shocked. He had just returned, and the people from the extreme Dao Heaven sect were already here. This shocked Ancestor Tian Yu. Chapter 42:61. Old Ancestor Tian Yu of the Heavenly Human Clan had just returned to the ancestral land of the Heavenly Human Clan in the Eastern region. At this moment, another existence in the Heavenly Human Clan who was much stronger than old Ancestor Tian Yu ended his seclusion. Old Ancestor Tian Yu was overjoyed. However, at this moment, balls of divine fire fell from the sky. Each ball of divine fire contained a meteorite fragment. What? Old Ancestor Tian Yu looked up into the sky. Rumble, a sound like muffled thunder came from the sky, and a terrifying power rippled in all directions. It was as if the whole world was about to collapse. Humph! Just as old Ancestor Tian Yu was shocked, old Ancestor Tian Kuan took a step forward and threw a punch at the countless rays of divine light that were falling from the sky. Boom! The whole world shook violently. Then, every ray of divine light exploded at the same time. The glaring divine light lit up the whole world. Just one punch was enough to block the powerful force descending from the sky. This caused everyone to be indescribably shocked. Not bad. No wonder the Heavenly Human Clan dared to break into my extreme Dao divine land and kill my people. At this moment, a voice came from the sky. The next moment, a figure fell from the sky like a meteorite. Boom! With a thud, a figure landed on the ground. The ground beneath his feet immediately caved in, forming a large crater. The experts outside the ancestral land of the Heavenly Human Clan were dumbfounded. Humph. I can use this guy to practice my skills. Old Ancestor Tian Kuan said as he pushed off the ground with both feet and pounced at the person who was walking out of the pit. The surrounding experts were all shocked to the extreme when they saw this scene. The guy who fell from the sky was not simple. He was an old ancestor of the extreme Tao Heaven sect. Old Ancestor Fan Yu, who was killed by Old Ancestor Tian Yu, was his disciple. This guy, the old ancestor of the extreme Tao Heaven sect, was shocked when he saw Old Ancestor Tian Kuan pouncing at him. The next moment, he madly operated his mysterious art, and a layer of golden light appeared on his body. The old ancestor of the extreme Tao Heaven sect seemed to have turned into a golden god of war. The golden god of war took a deep breath, and his body grew bigger. Every muscle on his body was vibrating and releasing powerful golden armor yuan qi. Boom! The two figures collided in an instant. With a muffled sound, the entire arm of the golden god of war from the extreme Tao Heaven sect exploded. His entire body flew more than 100 feet away and rolled on the ground. How is this possible? The three powerful figures that appeared in the sky could not help but be moved when they saw this. Xian Ku was a mid-level quasi-venerable, and he cultivated the golden armored god of war art. His skin was as tough as steel, and even a quasi-venerable wouldn't be able to defeat him in a single move. Yet the heavenly human clan's ancestor of the heavenly human ancestor of the heavenly human clan had destroyed Xianzhang's right arm with ancestor of. Furthermore, this fellow from the celestial race was only a quasi-supreme realm being. Their cultivation bases should be about the same. The ancestor of Ancestor Tian Kuan of the heavenly human clan had shocked the experts of the extreme Tao Heaven sect. At this moment, Tian Kuan came to Xianzhang and looked down at him. You! Xianzhang was terrified as if he had seen a ghost. Extreme Tao Heaven sect, what a big name. But it's just SOO. Ancestor Tian Kuan shook his head in disdain. Don't get too full of yourself. My big brother will definitely avenge me. Ancestor Xianzhang glared at the detestable guy in front of him and gritted his teeth. Are you talking about these guys? I'm going to kill them right now. Tian Kuan looked at the three old ancestors of the extreme Tao Heaven sect in the sky with murderous intent. Tian Kuan, the lunatic from the east region of the primitive ancestral star? One of the three old ancestors of the extreme Tao Heaven sect, a white-haired old man, stood up and stared at Tian Kuan. So this guy is the lunatic. The face of a young man in white next to the old man turned gloomy. At this moment, Tian Kuan did not waste any more words with Xianzhang. He stomped on Xianzhang's head. Don't blame me. Blame your extreme Tao Heaven sect for being too ruthless. Tian Kuan said indifferently. You, the three old ancestors of the extreme Tao Heaven sect, were enraged. Get into the battle formation and kill this guy. Xianzhang was dead. The two experts of the extreme Tao Heaven sect had died at the hands of the Celestial clan. This was a blood feud that could not be reconciled. The old ancestor of the extreme Tao Heaven sect waved his hand, and a battle army immediately appeared in the sky. A terrifying, murderous aura spread out from the battle army, and everyone was shocked. Is this the heavenly army of the extreme Tao Heaven sect in the primordial ancestral star? The experts of the older generation exclaimed. The extreme Tao Heaven sect was the #1 faction in the primordial ancestral star. They had an extremely powerful battle army that had swept across the central region and conquered a huge territory for the extreme Tao Heaven sect. The battle army was clad in silver armor and held spears. The leader was a tall and majestic general. There were not many of them, only 3,000 of them. However, they stood there quietly, giving off the feeling that there were thousands of them. Kill! Tian Kuan didn't wait for the extreme Tao Heaven sect's army to move. He stomped on the ground and charged at them like an ancient war elephant. Fire the arrows! The leader of the heavenly generals ordered. In the next moment, the sound of something tearing through the air rang out. Black arrows streaked across the sky and shot at the charging Tian Kun. Humph! Tian Kun sneered and waved his hands. The countless arrows that were shot at him were immediately repelled. They couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. Some of the arrows were repelled and killed more than a dozen heavenly soldiers of the extreme Tao Heaven sect. Spear shield! Another heavenly descendant roared and changed the formation when he saw that he couldn't stop Tian Kun. In the next moment, dozens of silver shields were erected by the battle army and formed a shield formation in front of them. When Ancestor Tian Kun arrived, dozens of battle spears suddenly pierced through the gaps left behind by the shield and stabbed at him. The shields were silver in color and could affect the enemy's vision. The spears in the battle army's hands were made of rare divine metal and could pierce through the void. However, old Ancestor Tian Kun completely ignored the sharpness of the spears and rammed them head-on. Boom! With a loud sound, dozens of shields were smashed into pieces. The heavenly soldiers, holding shields, screamed as they were sent flying. The sharp spears didn't even leave a mark on old Ancestor Tian Kun's body. The celestial clan's old Ancestor Tian Kun came out of seclusion and charged into the extreme Tao Heaven sect's battle formation alone. The news that the 4 great ancestors of the extreme Tao Heaven sect had led 3,000 extreme Tao Heaven soldiers to the celestial clan's ancestral land spread and shook the entire eastern region. The gazes of countless experts were immediately drawn over. Some old fogies also jumped out and went to watch the battle. However, Patriarch Tian Kun of the Heavenly Human Clan, who is known as the Eastern Domain Lunatic, had single-handedly held off the 4 patriarchs of the extreme Tao Heaven sect and the 3,000 extreme Tao Heaven soldiers, and had even killed Patriarch Xianzhang of the extreme Tao Heaven sect. The Celestial Clan actually dared to start a war with the extreme Tao Heaven sect. Wasn't this akin to smashing a rock with an egg? Most people weren't optimistic about the Celestial Clan's chances. After all, the extreme Tao Heaven sect was the #1 faction in the Central Region. As the #1 faction in the Central Region, the extreme Tao Heaven sect had countless experts. It wasn't something that outsiders could imagine. At this moment, the spectators couldn't even be described as shocked. The madman Tian Kun had single-handedly shaken the extreme Tao Heaven soldiers. This was an army made up of saints and well-trained. The 3,000 heavenly soldiers were enough to contend with a quasi-supremacy. But now, the madman Tian Kun had killed his way into the army. Roar! He roared angrily and swept his hand like a blade. The blade radiance soared thousands of feet into the sky and cut dozens of armored heavenly soldiers in front of him in half. He then sent more than a dozen heavenly soldiers flying with a backhand slap. Then he leaped into the air and stomped a heavenly general into the ground. Old Ancestor Tian Kun was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. He killed or injured a large number of heavenly soldiers with every move he made. In just 5 breaths' time, thousands of heavenly soldiers from the extreme Tao Heaven sect had been killed by him. The remaining heavenly general was scared out of his wits. He had never seen such a powerful person who could single-handedly take on the extreme Tao Heaven sect's heavenly army. Retreat! Retreat now! The old ancestors of the 3 extreme Tao Heaven sects immediately ordered a retreat. It's too late. Go to hell! Old Ancestor Tian Kun roared angrily. A terrifying, destructive divine light erupted from his body. All the living beings that were enveloped by the divine light were directly shaken into dust. Don't be so arrogant. The 3 old ancestors of the extreme Tao Heaven sects joined forces and attacked Tian Kun. The 3 old ancestors of the extreme Tao Heaven sects joined forces and finally stopped old Ancestor Tian Kun from the Heavenly Human Clan. The 4 old ancestors began to fight crazily. Old Ancestor Tian Yu from the Heavenly Human Clan did not make a move. He just stared nervously at the 4 old ancestors who were fighting. Old Ancestor Tian Kun's temperament was different from ordinary people. It was not without reason that he was called a lunatic. At this moment, old ancestor Tian Kuan, had gone crazy to the extreme. His eyes had turned blood red, as if he had really fallen into a state of madness. At this time, while the 3 old ancestors were blocking the lunatic, the remaining heavenly general quickly led the remaining heavenly soldiers to escape. Less than 300 of the 3,000 heavenly soldiers were left. The heavenly general's heart was bleeding. It must be known that the price paid to cultivate a heavenly soldier was not something an ordinary force could bear. It's said that there's a lunatic in the heavenly human clan. It's true, someone exclaimed. Old ancestor Tian Kuan had been in power for 500 years, but the crazy things he had done were still remembered. Yuan Gu is too despicable. Chapter 4262. Outside the ancestral ground of the celestial humans was Celestial City. Cultivators were everywhere in Celestial City. The entire city was a world of cultivators. Apart from the local cultivators, there were also cultivators from all over the place. All of a sudden, the inns in the city were packed. Even cultivators from other regions of the primeval ancestral planet were rushing to Celestial City. The news of the celestial humans going to war with the #1 faction of the Central Region, the extreme Tao Heaven sect, had spread far and wide. No one knew why the Eastern regions, celestial humans, would go to war with the Central Region's extreme Tao Heaven sect. After all, there was no enmity between the 2 factions. The celestial humans were in the Eastern region, while the extreme Tao Heaven sect was in the Central Region. They were too far apart, so it was difficult for the celestial humans to meet the people of the extreme Tao Heaven sect. However, news soon spread that the celestial humans were going to war with the extreme Tao Heaven sect because the extreme Tao immortal sect had stolen the celestial humans' immortal ancestral medicine. The news shocked the entire primeval ancestral planet. The celestial clan had an undying ancestral medicine. This was something everyone knew, but no one had ever dared to try and steal it because no one had ever been able to steal it. However, countless cultivators on the primeval ancestral planet heard that the celestial humans' immortal ancestral medicine had been stolen. It was unbelievable. The celestial humans had extreme Tao, celestial being too. The immortal ancestral medicine was obtained by that extreme Tao, celestial being, and brought back to the celestial humans' ancestral ground. The methods of the extreme Tao, celestial being were unimaginable. The immortal ancestral medicine was related to the inheritance of the celestial humans. So the extreme Tao, celestial being, naturally left behind various methods to prevent the immortal ancestral medicine from being stolen. However, the celestial humans' ancestral ground, which was heavily guarded, was actually broken into, and their immortal ancestral medicine was stolen. This puzzled countless cultivators. However, the person who stole the immortal ancestral medicine was actually someone from the extreme Tao Heaven sect. People began to believe it. The extreme Tao Heaven sect was the #1 faction of the primeval ancestral middle region for no reason. The sect had existed for countless years and had produced more than one supreme. For such a force to have their eyes on an item, even if that item was difficult to obtain, it wasn't a difficult task for them. Who are those people? At this moment, on the roof of the city lord's mansion in Heaven Human City, Gu Fei looked toward the ancestral land of the heavenly human tribe. Over there, the weather changed, the sun and the moon dimmed, and from time to time, dazzling beams of divine light would rush out, piercing through the void. Terrifying energy fluctuations surged out from that direction, shaking heaven and earth and changing the color of the sky. Master, the patriarch of the extreme Tao Heaven sect, is fighting with the patriarch of the celestial clan, Tian Kuan. I didn't expect the celestial clan to offend the extreme Tao Heaven sect. The patriarch of the Meng family had actually received the news a long time ago. When he heard Gu Fei's question, he naturally replied immediately, "Extreme Tao Heaven sect." Gu Fei frowned. Since this sect dared to use the word extreme Tao, it must be something extraordinary. There might even be extreme Tao supremes in this sect. Master, The extreme Tao Heaven sect is the top faction in the ancestral primitive star. Old Meng said. In the past few days, Old Meng had already gained a preliminary understanding of the most powerful factions on the ancestral primitive star. The extreme Tao Heaven sect was the top faction in the central region, so it was impossible for him not to know about it. Of course, so what if it's the extreme Tao Heaven sect? My master is not afraid of them at all. Old Meng thought to himself, You know quite a lot. Gu Fei said, It's my honor to share master's worries. Old Meng said, Ling seems to be nearby. Gu Fei suddenly said, There was a strange connection between him and Gu Ling. The young master is back. Old Meng couldn't help but be startled when he heard that. Gu Ling had returned not long ago. At this time, in the ancestral ground of the Celestial clan, the power fluctuations from the 4 patriarchs were even stronger. The void was shattered and stars were falling. If it wasn't for the protection of the formation, the ancestral ground of the Celestial clan would have been destroyed by this battle. This was a battle between quasi-supremes. In the human realm, as long as the extreme Tao supremes didn't show up, quasi-supremes were invincible. They were so powerful that they could easily destroy a region. The Celestial clan's lunatic Kuan is indeed worthy of his reputation. The experts of the older generation exclaimed. The battle strength that Tian Kuan displayed was too powerful. His physical body was destroyed several times, but he reassembled it in an instant and continued to attack. Up in the sky, old ancestor Tian Kuan of the Celestial clan was fighting against the 3 patriarchs of the extreme Tao Heaven sect, and he was not at a disadvantage at all. This shocked everyone. It was 1 against 3. Roar! Old ancestor Tian Kuan roared madly. Endless divine light rushed out of his body and turned into peerless divine swords, piercing toward the 3 patriarchs of the extreme Tao Heaven sect. Each sword ray cut through the void between heaven and earth. Even the 3 patriarchs of the extreme Tao Heaven sect couldn't do anything to the lunatic Tian Kuan. Boom! At this time, one of the patriarchs of the extreme Tao Heaven sect opened his mouth and spat out a fire cauldron. As soon as the fire cauldron appeared, it immediately grew to the size of a small mountain. An extremely terrifying wave of fire elemental power immediately spread out from the fire cauldron. The fiery light emitted from the fire cauldron was even brighter than the divine sun in the sky. It was as if a divine sun had appeared in the sky. The experts of the older generation who were watching the battle from afar were shocked when they saw the fire cauldron. 9 Phoenix Cauldron? It's really the 9 Phoenix Cauldron. Someone exclaimed. The 9 Phoenix Cauldron was an important weapon of the extreme Tao Heaven sect. It was only weaker than a supreme Tao weapon. Some people said that this fire cauldron had a chance to become a supreme Tao weapon. Therefore, even the patriarchs of the Tian Tao sect couldn't easily use the 9 Phoenix Cauldron. In the next moment, the fire cauldron emitted a majestic power of heaven and earth. It wanted to suck old ancestor Tian Kuan into the cauldron and refine him. Humph! Old ancestor Tian Kuan sneered. He clenched his right hand into a fist, and a layer of metal armor appeared on his fist. His entire arm was covered by a green metal armor. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. This was black gold, the immortal black gold. It was an immortal divine material that could be used to refine all kinds of experts. Moreover, this immortal black gold was a divine material exclusive to Supreme Exalts. Only Supreme Exalts had the ability to refine this immortal divine metal into an extreme Tao weapon. Boom! Without any hesitation, old ancestor Tian Kuan punched out. The violent force directly dispersed the devouring power coming from the 9 Phoenix Cauldron. In the next moment, old ancestor Tian Kuan's fist slammed heavily on the 9 Phoenix Cauldron. Dang! As if a divine bell had been rung, old ancestor Tian Kuan's fist slammed on the 9 Phoenix Cauldron. When the sound waves spread out, many experts of the older generation who were watching the battle fell from the sky. Although these experts of the older generation didn't fall to their deaths, they were in a sorry state. Even the stars in the sky exploded one after another. Wang. The void vibrated. This cauldron is not bad. Guling's eyes lit up when he saw the fire cauldron that was sent flying by old ancestor Tianquin. Heaven's gauntlet. The old ancestor of the extreme Dao Heaven sect was shocked. What? Heaven's gauntlet? The other experts were also shocked when they heard this name. At this time, old ancestor Tianquin's right arm was covered by a layer of metal. Powerful energy, waves, surged out from his right arm. I didn't expect him to get his hands on the Heaven's gauntlet. A white-haired old man said with a trembling voice, the Heaven's gauntlet was even stronger than the 9 Phoenix cauldron. It was a true extreme Dao weapon. Of course, with old ancestor Tianquin's ability, he could fight with those guys even without the Heaven's gauntlet. At this time, the old ancestor waved his right hand and the 9 Phoenix cauldron flew back to him. It shrunk rapidly and was caught by the old ancestor. Clang! At this time, a ray of divine light rushed out from another old ancestor of the extreme Dao Heaven sect and turned into a sharp light blade that slashed at old ancestor Tianquin. The immortal light blade cut through heaven and earth. However, old ancestor Tianquin still punched out. This single punch caused the entire void to tremble. This single punch shook the entire world. Moreover, this was not the power of the Heaven's gauntlet. An extreme Dao weapon was in a deep slumber. If one wanted to awaken it, they would have to pay a huge price. Under normal circumstances, no one would be willing to use an extreme Dao weapon. At the same time, old ancestor 9 Phoenix took out the 9 Phoenix cauldron again. This time, the energy waves from the 9 Phoenix cauldron were even stronger. 9 divine phoenixes rushed out from the cauldron. The 9 divine phoenixes pounced on old ancestor Tianquin. Everywhere they passed, the void was burned and destroyed. It was like a real Sunday. The last old ancestor finally made his move. He opened his mouth and sucked, swallowing the 9 Phoenix cauldron. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Boom! In the next moment, the entire world shook as though it was going to be swallowed by this old ancestor. Old ancestor Tianquin flew towards the mysterious old ancestor involuntarily. Wang! Old ancestor Tianquin shook his right arm. A burst of energy from the heavens gauntlet shook off the powerful devouring power that enveloped him. Although the heavens gauntlet did not awaken, it was still an extreme Dao weapon. Even if the power that came from it was weak, it was still earth-shattering. The 3 old ancestors of the extreme Dao Heaven sect, 9 Phoenix, Black Saber, and Devouring Heaven, each used their strongest powers and most powerful mystiques. However, they could not do anything to old ancestor Tianquin. Old ancestor Tianquin is going to be out of luck. Someone said something like that. That's impossible. Someone disagreed. It's impossible for this lunatic old ancestor Tianquin to remain so strong. Once he weakens, the 3 old ancestors of the extreme Dao Heaven sect will be able to defeat him. Chapter 42:63. Outside the Celestial Clan's ancestral land, the 3 old ancestors of the extreme Dao Heaven sect were fighting against the old ancestor of the Celestial Clan, Tianquin, who was known as a madman. Boom! The cauldron, surrounded by the 9 divine phoenixes, shattered the void. The power of the 9 divine phoenixes shattered everything, and a destructive aura spread in all directions. This was the power of the extreme Dao Heaven sect's supreme treasure, the 9 Phoenix cauldron. The 9 Phoenix cauldron already had a trace of its own consciousness. When it encountered danger, it instinctively released its power. However, old ancestor Tianquin punched the 9 Phoenix cauldron again. Clang! The 9 Phoenix cauldron vibrated, and the ancient cauldron was sent flying by old ancestor Tianquin. A fist mark was left on the 9 Phoenix cauldron. Old ancestor Tian Kuan wore the heavenly gloves on his right hand. At this moment, it was as if he had the hands of the heavens, and the battle strength he displayed was extremely powerful. Moreover, this was the result of the heavenly gloves being in a deep sleep. Once an extreme Tao artifact was awakened, it would be earth-shattering. However, the human realm would not allow such a level of power to appear. Whoosh! At the moment when old ancestor Tian Kuan punched the 9 Phoenix cauldron, a saber light instantly slashed at his right arm. A sound of metal colliding was heard, and the saber light that slashed at old ancestor Tian Kuan's right arm shattered. This was old ancestor Xuandao's attack. A saber light shattered, but countless saber lights covered the sky and slashed at old ancestor Tian Kuan. Every saber light cut through the void, as if it could destroy everything. Humph! Old ancestor Tian Kuan sneered. In the next moment, a ball of divine light emerged from his body and enveloped him. Countless saber lights slashed at the ball of divine light, and all of them shattered. This is the 3 old ancestors of the extreme Tao Heaven sect were shocked to see the scene. Roar! At this moment, old ancestor Tian Kuan stretched out his right hand and directly grabbed old ancestor Xuandao's left arm. Then he forcefully pulled and actually tore off old ancestor Xuandao's left arm. There was no scene of blood splattering. The blood of a quasi-supreme being was locked in his flesh and bones, and would not leak out easily. Great ancestor Black Saber directly fled, looking extremely embarrassed. At the same time, a black hole appeared above Patriarch Tian Kuan. A heaven-devouring power surged out from the black hole, wanting to devour Patriarch Tian Kuan. However, Patriarch Tian Kuan merely punched out, and the black hole in the sky exploded. A figure fell out of the void. The sky-devouring Patriarch was a peerlessly powerful sky-devouring beast. However, in the eyes of the sky-devouring Patriarch, this sky-devouring beast was merely a weak little fellow that couldn't withstand a single blow. Too strong. Only then did the 3 great ancestors of the extreme Tao Heaven sect realize that they had underestimated this guy from the Celestial clan. Given Tian Kuan's cultivation base and battle strength, not many people in the extreme Tao Heaven sect could compare to him. All of you go to hell! Ancestor Tian Kuan roared madly. His right hand moved like a phantom, grabbing at the 3 old ancestors. The 3 old ancestors immediately retreated, but they weren't as fast as old ancestor Tian Kuan. A muffled collision sound rang out as the 3 old ancestors of the extreme Tao Heaven sect flew back at the same time. Blood dripped down from the sky, and a bloody smell filled the air. This guy, seeing the scene from afar, Guling couldn't help but laugh. Previously, ancestor Tian Kuan had been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. He had deliberately concealed his strength. Now, this guy finally stopped hiding his strength. Boom! The energy fluctuation of a greater success quasi-supremacy erupted from Tian Kuan's body. The entire world seemed like it was going to collapse, and countless pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void. When Ancestor 9 Phoenix and the others sensed the energy fluctuation that erupted from Tian Kuan's body, their faces changed drastically. Without any hesitation, the 3 old ancestors turned around and fled. This guy was actually a greater success quasi-supremacy. How were they supposed to fight him? Trying to escape? You can't escape. Ancestor Tian Kuan directly sealed a part of the world. The 3 old ancestors of the extreme Tao Heaven sect were instantly frozen in the void. They couldn't even move their fingers, and even their Tao artifacts were suppressed. Let us go! Ancestor 9 Phoenix was shocked and furious. Ever since he started cultivating, no one had been able to suppress him. Today was the first time, and he found it hard to believe. Tisk, let you guys go? Is that even possible? Ancestor Tian Kuan sneered. He wasn't that stupid to let these guys go, and let them come back to find trouble with him. All right, I'll send you guys on your way. After saying that, Patriarch Tian Kuan arrived before Patriarch Nine Phoenix. With a chop, he cleaved Patriarch Nine Phoenix into two. Even his essence spirit was destroyed. This sky-devouring patriarch and mysterious saber patriarch were shocked to see this scene. "You old Ancestor Black," Saber broke out in cold sweat. Ancestor Tian Kuan directly came in front of old Ancestor Black Saber. Don't kill me." Old Ancestor Black Saber was really frightened this time. Gu Fei didn't say anything. He waved his right hand, and an extremely sharp saber light immediately rushed out from his hand. In the next moment, old Ancestor Black Saber was also killed. In just a few seconds, 2 of the 3 old ancestors of the extreme Dao Heaven sect were killed by Gu Fei. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Even Gu Ling was a little surprised. She didn't expect Tian Kuan to really dare to kill the old ancestors of the extreme Dao Heaven sect. One should know that this would make the Celestial Clan and the extreme Dao Heaven sect mortal enemies. "How dare you! The Celestial Clan will be annihilated." Old Ancestor Devouring Heaven roared at Gu Fei. But before that, I'll kill you first." Old Ancestor Tian Kuan said indifferently, Don't kill me. As long as you don't kill me, I can promise you anything." Old Ancestor Devouring Heaven immediately gave in after being fierce for a while. "Didn't you say that the Celestial Clan will be annihilated?" Gu Fei said to Old Ancestor Devouring Heaven with a faint smile. I'm joking. Old Ancestor Devouring Heaven quickly said, "You can't even joke." Old Ancestor Tian Kuan's face froze. He waved his right hand, and the old ancestor's spirit was destroyed. Seeing old Ancestor Tian Kuan kill the 3 old ancestors of the extreme Dao Heaven sect, everyone was shocked. The Celestial Clan and the extreme Dao Heaven sect had become irreconcilable enemies. Yuan Gu's goal had been achieved, and the Celestial Clan knew that it was Yuan Gu's doing. However, for the immortal ancestral herb, they had no other choice. The Celestial Clan couldn't let the extreme Dao Heaven sect take the immortal ancestral herb for themselves. "How dare the Celestial Clan kill my old ancestor? This clan shouldn't exist anymore." Chapter 42-64. The primeval ancestral star, which had been peaceful for hundreds of years, was stirred up again. First, it was the opening of the human race's ancient road. Humans from other ancestral stars had come to the primeval ancestral star, breaking the peace. Then came the invasion of alien races. Countless alien beasts surrounded the entire primordial ancestral star. Even the star regions near the primordial ancestral star were filled with alien beasts. After that, it was the battle between the Celestial Clan and the extreme Dao Heaven sect. This was the first time in hundreds of years that a great battle between quasi-supremes had broken out on the primordial ancestral planet. The extreme Dao Heavenly sect had attacked the Celestial Clan of the eastern region, but they had been completely annihilated. The news spread and shook the entire cultivation world on the primordial ancestral planet. The extreme Dao Heaven sect hasn't made a move in over 1,000 years, right? Who would have thought that we would be completely wiped out by the Devis? Could it be that the extreme Dao Heaven sect is already done for? Currently, the most discussed topic in the cultivation world of the primitive ancestral planet was the battle between the celestial humans and the extreme Dao Heaven sect. Everyone found the outcome of the battle hard to believe. One must know that the extreme Dao Heaven sect was the #1 power. The entire central region was filled with great sects and experts. It was the most prosperous region in the entire primordial ancestral star. Most of the experts in the primordial ancestral star were in the central region. No one dared to look down on an expert from the central region, especially the disciples of the extreme Dao Heaven sect. No one dared to provoke them. However, after this battle, countless cultivators on the primordial ancestral planet began to doubt the strength of the extreme Dao Heaven sect. The Heavenly Human Clan was only a powerful clan in the eastern region. The extreme Tao Heaven sect was the overlord of the central region. The difference between the Celestial Clan and the extreme Tao Heaven sect was huge. Many people thought that Ji Tao Heaven sect had only been careless. Next time, the Celestial Clan definitely wouldn't be able to stop Ji Tao Heaven sect. There would only be one outcome, and that was to be exterminated. No one was optimistic about the Celestial Clan. As the storm was brewing in the primal ancestral star, Haitian was setting up a formation on the Myrtle ancestral star. He wanted to kill all the people of the Nether Clan in the ancestral land. Of course, this was the ancestral land of the Nether Clan. No matter how careful he would still be discovered by the experts in the ancestral land of the Nether Clan. However, it wouldn't be easy for the Netherworld race to escape at this moment. How is this possible? The experts in the ancestral land of the Nether Clan were shocked to find that their ancestral land was actually trapped. Rumble! The void trembled as countless Tao patterns interweaved. Terrifying energy ripples spread out, easily shattering the void. It was extremely terrifying. However, countless formation runes appeared in the surroundings of this region. These formation runes interweaved together and turned into divine chains, entangling the ancestral land of the Netherworld clan. Humph! Want to escape? Do you think this Grandpa Hay's reputation is undeserved? On a nearby mountain peak, Haitian looked at the ancestral land of the Netherworld race in the distance and sneered. Your formation isn't complete yet, right? At this moment, Ji Chongkong appeared beside Haitian. Humph! If it was completed, I, Grandpa Hay, would have long since made a move to stew the entire Nether clan. Haitian said, Then what are you waiting for? Ji Chongkong said, This fellow, Haitian, had a special characteristic. Once he became serious, the consequences would be very severe. Therefore, the Netherworld race was in big trouble this time. Is there any movement from Emperor Ji's side? Haitian suddenly asked. Emperor Ji was still the head of the Ji clan in name, but he couldn't order Ji Chongkong and Haitian around. In the past, Emperor Ji plotted against Ji Chongkong in the chaotic world, causing him to be trapped in the chaotic world for 10,000 years. That was 10,000 years. Ji Chongkong watched helplessly as his followers died one by one in the primal chaos world. With each death, his hatred for Empress Ji increased. He wanted to tear Emperor Ji into 1,000 pieces, but he had no choice but to endure. Emperor Ji's side has been very peaceful these few days. Ji Chongkong had always been paying attention to Emperor Ji's movements. Emperor Ji was the opponent he had been fighting against for his entire life. Since they were young, they had been fighting against each other. After they became adults, they fought even more fiercely. Otherwise, Emperor Ji wouldn't have plotted against Ji Chongkong, causing him and his followers to be trapped in the chaotic world. The chaotic world only appeared once every 10,000 years. If they were trapped inside, even if they didn't die, they would be trapped inside for 10,000 years. Moreover, there were countless powerful chaotic creatures in the chaotic world. It was already a miracle that Ji Chongkong could survive. At this moment, in the ancestral land of the Netherworld race, all the higher-ups of the Netherworld race were incomparably anxious. They used all kinds of methods, but they couldn't break the other party's formation and rush out. Rumble, the ancestral land of the Netherworld race, was constantly attacking Haitian's formation. The entire Peerless formation was constantly shaking, and countless strands of chaotic aura lingered in the formation. TCH, you want to rush out? Unless an extreme Tao supremacy makes a move. Haitian said disdainfully. However, he was certain that the Netherworld race definitely did not have any extreme, supreme being in the current era. Even if there was, an extreme Tao supremacy wouldn't dare to make a move. The power of heavenly punishment was no joke. How much longer? Asked Ji Chongkong. The Netherworld race had been passed down for countless years. If they really broke through their ancestral land, they would definitely obtain countless treasures. With the countless treasures of the Netherworld race, he would be able to establish a huge power that belonged to him. Although Ji Changkong wasn't establishing a sect, if he wanted to establish his own power, wealth was a must. If there weren't any benefits, who would follow him? Although I have a corner of the formation diagram, it's still not enough to cook all the fellows inside. He Tian shrugged. Ji Changkong muttered to himself for a while, then said, "We can't waste all our time here." There were still many things to deal with in the race. Although Emperor Ji didn't make any moves on the surface, who knew if he was playing tricks in the dark? Emperor Ji looked sanctimonious, but in reality he was sinister and cunning. He was vicious and merciless. In order to achieve his goals, he would do anything. The election for the next race leader position was about to begin. The reason why the Ji race was able to survive for thousands of generations and remain the overlord of the Myrtle ancestral star was because the Ji race had its own set of rules. The position of race leader was chosen once every 10,000 years. The most capable person would take it. Ji Changkong naturally had to obtain the position of race leader, and Emperor Ji also did his best to be re-elected. The two of them had already started competing. In these few years, they had been fighting both openly and covertly. As long as the two of them didn't go overboard, the Ji race's elders wouldn't care. Of course, Ji Changkong couldn't openly kill Emperor Ji. Even if he wanted to kill Emperor Ji, he had to borrow the hands of others. Furthermore, he couldn't let others know that it was related to him. Ji Changkong and Emperor Ji could fight each other, but they couldn't fight to the death. This was the rule of the Ji race. This way, they could preserve their strength to the greatest extent. Soon, in a few more days, said He Tian. Chapter 42:65. Create Myrtle Star, outside the ancestral land of the Netherworld race. Murderous intent soared to the heavens. A radius of 1,000,000 miles was enveloped by countless formation runes. Trillions of runes interweaved, evolving into countless ancient and mysterious Tao diagrams. Countless Tao diagrams drew in the power of heaven and earth. A corner of the diagram loomed within the endless runes. The source of all the formations' power came from this corner. This was a corner of the extreme path array diagram that Erebus had obtained. Although it was only a corner, Erebus had actually managed to complete this corner of the array diagram. In the universe, the only person who could complete the extreme Tao diagram was probably He Tian. What Erebus had set up was a complete extreme path, grand formation. However, this extreme Tao diagram did not display the power of the extreme Tao. One had to know that once the power gathered by the extreme Tao diagram reached the extreme Tao realm, it would attract the power of heaven's punishment from the 9 heavens. The power of heaven's punishment could even kill extreme supremes, let alone a mere extreme Tao diagram. Rumble! The earth quaked, the mountains shook, and the stars trembled. A terrifying power rippled in all directions, startling all the experts present. Damn it, it's that bastard again. A white-haired old man had just arrived. As soon as he saw He Tian, he exclaimed and turned to leave, not daring to stay any longer. It's He Tian. Grandpa He is showing his might. Someone arrived nearby. He was not afraid of He Tian and watched from afar. A formation grandmaster is indeed terrifying, someone exclaimed. The power rippling from the killing formation was too shocking. Even if a quasi-supremes were to barge in, there would only be a dead end. He Tian's movements were too great. Figures of peerless experts constantly appeared in the vicinity. He Tian and Ji Changkong actually started a war with the Netherworld race? Emperor Ji was both surprised and overjoyed. The Netherworld race was mysterious and unfathomable. In every generation, there would be experts emerging from this race. They had once fought with the Crepe Myrtle Ji clan for the hegemony of the ancestral planet. Of course, the Ziwei Ji family was not a force that any force could contend against. The Nether clan was defeated in the battle against the Ji family of Ziwei Prefecture. so they could only hide in the void to avoid the Ji family's pursuit. However, countless years later, when the Nether clan returned, they encountered the pair of malefic stars, Haetian and Ji Changkong. As a result, the Nether clan was unlucky. Just as Haetian was about to unleash his might and refine the Netherworld race's ancestral land and stew the entire Netherworld race, a divine light flew over from the distant sky and directly landed on the top of the mountain. A black-robed youth appeared on top of the mountain. "Ji Wu, why are you here?" When Ji Changkong saw that person, he could not help feeling surprised. This Ji Wu was his nephew and was a peak holy venerate. He was Ji Changkong's right-hand man. "Uncle Changkong, Lord He." The black-robed youth bowed to the two. Haetian only nodded and ignored the youth. Ji Wu was a genius of Ji Changkong's bloodline. He was not old, but he had already cultivated to the peak holy venerate realm. Uncle Changkong, Empress Ji's, people seem to have made contact with the earthly royal clan. "What should we do?" Ji Wu asked anxiously. "Those fellows underground." Before Ji Changkong could say anything, Haetian became interested. The earthly royal clan was a branch of the ground clan. They were a royal clan with a powerful bloodline. The ground clan was the collective name for all the living beings living underground. The earthly royal clan was the strongest branch of the ground clan and the ruler of the ground clan. On the ancestral star, there was a saying that the Ji clan was in charge of the surface, while the ground clan was in charge of the underground. This is not a good thing. Ji Changkong said with a frown. Once Empress Ji and the earthly royal clan formed an alliance, he would not be able to become the next clan head. If he can go to the ground clan, you can also go to the heavenly clan. The heavenly clan and the ground clan were sworn enemies. The two clans had been fighting for countless years. Even in the current era, they were still fighting. The heavenly extremity mountain, heavenly clan. Ji Changkong looked at Haetian in shock. The crepe myrtle ancestral star also had the heavenly clan, but they were different from the heavenly clan in the primogenitor realm. However, the problem was that Ji Changkong did not have any connection with the heavenly clan. He did not know anyone from the heavenly clan. So how could he invite the heavenly clan? The crepe myrtle heavenly clan was also an incomparably powerful clan. The Ji clan ruled the crepe myrtle ancestral star, while the heavenly clan retreated to the heavenly extremity mountain and had not come out for a long time. Ordinary people did not even know of the heavenly clan's existence. Ji Wu, go and make a trip yourself. Ji Changkong thought for a moment, then said to Ji Wu, "Yes." Ji Wu immediately accepted the order and was about to leave. "Wait, take this. The heavenly clan's clan master will more or less give me some face." Haetian suddenly stopped Ji Wu and took out a black jade. It was a black jade with a black phoenix carved on it. The black phoenix spread its wings and endless black flames burst out from its body, burning the sky and boiling the sea. "You know the heavenly clan's clan master?" Ji Changkong was very surprised. He had always been with Haetian, but Haetian had never been to the heavenly extremity mountain, nor had he seen the heavenly clan's clan master. Could it be that Haetian had come to the crepe myrtle ancestral star before? Yes, Grandpa Hay. Ji Wu carefully took the jade and put it away. Then he turned around and soared into the sky. He turned into a ray of light and disappeared from the world in the blink of an eye. "It's just the heavenly clan's clan master. There's no one in this world that I don't know," Haetian said arrogantly. "Keep bragging." Ji Changkong did not believe it at all. If Haetian's words could be trusted, then even pigs could climb trees. Humph. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. Haetian could not be bothered to brag to Ji Changkong. He directly sat down cross-legged and formed seals with both hands. The super killing formation immediately emitted an even more powerful energy fluctuation. Crack! The ancestral land of the Nether race, which was trapped in the killing formation, shook continuously. Pitch-black spatial cracks kept appearing in the void. A terrifying aura of destruction seeped out from the spatial cracks. This shocked and angered the nether race in the ancestral land. A spatial crack flashed past a mountain peak like a black bolt of lightning. The entire mountain peak immediately crumbled into dust. Then, even the dust was sucked into the spatial crack. Just like that, a mountain disappeared from this world, leaving nothing behind. Emperor Yu, the clan leader of the Netherworld race, saw this scene and his eyes turned red. There were many palaces on the mountain peak. Even the mountain peak had collapsed. The clansmen of the Netherworld race in the palaces were naturally annihilated in body and soul. Damn it! The Ghost Emperor almost went crazy. Lord Clan Master, let's fight that guy. An elder of the Fiend race said angrily, That's right. At most, we'll die together. Who's afraid of who? Another elder said through gritted teeth, Fight? What do we have to fight? The Ghost Emperor said fiercely, What confidence did the Nether race have to fight with their lives on the line? Chapter 4266. The Ghost Emperor was the strongest expert of the Netherworld race. He was at the peak of the quasi-supreme realm, which was enough for him to run amok in the ancestral star. He was almost invincible as long as there were no extreme supremes. However, the Ghost Emperor was extremely aggrieved. He was a dignified Ghost Emperor, but he was trapped in his own ancestral land, waiting for death. It was too sad. He would rather die in battle than watch his clansmen die, watch the ancestral land collapse, and watch the Netherworld race be exterminated. However, the other party was scheming. He did not confront the Ghost Emperor head-on, but used a supreme killing formation to seal the ancestral land of the Netherworld race. In this way, the Netherworld race could only wait for death in the ancestral land. If the Ghost Emperor had the treasure of the Netherworld race, the Netherworld Pearl, he would have had a chance to fight against Hei-Tian. However, the Netherworld Pearl had already been destroyed by the power of heavenly punishment. Without the Netherworld Pearl, the Netherworld clan had fallen into a hopeless situation. Just when Erebus was activating the killing formation with all his might to refine the ancestral land of the Nether race, the Z-Way ancestral star was in a turbulent situation. Many powerful forces were taking advantage of the internal strife of the G clan to rise rapidly. The Ground clan was an extremely ancient clan. The earthly sovereign clan was the ruler of the underground world. This clan was very powerful. Even if they were not as powerful as the G clan, they were not afraid of the G clan. The Ground clan had a sworn enemy, the Celestial clan of the Celestial Pole Mountain. These two powerful clans had been fighting for countless years and wanted to destroy each other. Emperor Ji had contacted the Ground clan, which was definitely not good news for Ji Changkong. Therefore, he listened to Hei-Tian and sent Ji Wu to visit the Celestial Pole Mountain. The Celestial Pole Mountain was located at the peak of the sky. Ordinary cultivators could not approach it at all. Even saints had to be careful when they came to pay their respects. Ji Wu held the black jade token given by Hei-Tian and directly went to the Celestial Pole Mountain. He landed on a mountain peak and looked forward. He saw a divine mountain that pierced the sky thousands of miles away. He could not see the end of it. What a great, celestial, divine mountain! Ji Wu couldn't help but sigh. He was a heavenly sovereign, and he could see into the depths of the starry sky. But now, he couldn't see the end of the divine mountain. Just how high was this mountain? It was absolutely impossible for mortals to reach the top of this divine mountain. Even cultivators might not be able to reach the top. The extreme heaven mountain was the holy land of the Tian clan. Who would dare to recklessly charge in? The divine mountain connected heaven and earth. Spiritual qi lingered within a radius of 10,000 miles, especially around the divine mountain. 7-colored celestial light appeared from time to time. It was spiritual qi visible to the naked eye. The ancestral land of the Tian clan is truly a peerless divine land. Ji Wu was amazed. Ji Wu found that the godly land in front of him was very peaceful. Waterfalls and springs dotted the mountains, pavilions, immortal birds flew in the sky, and godly beasts walked leisurely on the ground. Cultivating in such a divine land would naturally yield twice the result with half the effort. However, Jiwoo was shocked to find that there was no one around the Empyrean Pole Mountain. Who cares? That's the mountain gate. Let's go there first, Jiwoo said as he soared into the sky and flew toward a decorated archway in the distance. Then he landed in front of it. As soon as he landed, a figure walked out of the archway. Who are you? That person was glowing all over. Even with Jiwoo's ability, he couldn't see his face clearly. However, he could vaguely feel that this person was very young. Jiwoo didn't speak and directly threw the black jade token in his hand to that person. The person took it and looked at it. Then he carefully put it away and didn't return it to Jiwoo. Honored guest, please excuse me for not going out to greet you. That person put away his arrogant attitude and bowed slightly to Jiwoo. Then he led Jiwoo into the archway. Jiwoo followed him. The moment he stepped into the archway, he felt as if he had entered another world. It was as if he had left the ancestral star of crepe myrtle in an instant. At the next moment, Jiwoo was stunned by what he saw. There was a completely different world inside the archway. The world inside the archway was many times larger than what it looked like from the outside. The concentration of spirit chi here was 10 times that of the outside world. The divine mountain that stood between the heaven and the earth was even larger. It was like a divine pillar that supported the heaven and the earth. There weren't many places like this in the entire ancestral star of crepe myrtle. Only the ancestral land of the Ji clan could be compared to it. Jiwoo followed that person into this real, godly land. Just as Jiwoo entered the ancestral land of the heavenly clan, an elder of the earthly imperial clan approached the ancestral land of Empress Ji. At this moment, in the depths of the crimson devil ridge of the ancestral star of crepe myrtle, a demonic figure walked out. It was a peerless demonic woman with monstrous devil chi. This was the demons of the ancestral star of crepe myrtle. When she was born, even the Ji clan was afraid of this peerless demonic woman. The Crimson Devil Ridge became a forbidden area in the ancestral star of crepe myrtle. The appearance of the demons was a sign of chaos. Moreover, the Ji clan was in a state of internal strife. The rise of the various clans made it impossible for the ancestral star of crepe myrtle not to be chaotic. Little girl, what do you think of my suggestion? On a low mountain outside the Crimson Devil Ridge sat a little monk in a white robe. He had white teeth and red lips. He held a purple gold alms bowl in his hand and looked very childish. If Hei Tian was here, he would definitely go berserk. This guy was little monk Fan Xiu. So many years had passed, but the little monk was still as tender as ever. He would never grow up, and he still looked as harmless as ever. No one could have imagined that this little monk was actually a scammer on par with Mahakala. He was even more ruthless than Mahakala when it came to sneak attacks. Even Hei Tian was tricked by little monk Fan Xiu in the past. No need to think about it. I have no interest in participating in your matters, the peerless demonic woman said coldly. Little monk Fan Xiu was a Buddhist, but he wanted to ally with a demon. If this was spread out, the world would be shaken. One should know that Buddhas and demons were mortal enemies. Really? Then I will be subduing the demon today, little monk Fan Xiu said as he stood up from the rock he was sitting on. Humph, you. The demonic woman glanced at little monk Fan Xiu with disdain. Little girl, I wanted to give you a chance to turn over a new leaf. It seems like you don't cherish this chance, little monk Fan Xiu said with a compassionate look. Ha ha, the demonic woman laughed. If you could subdue me, you would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? Sigh. Little monk Fan Xiu sighed and raised the purple gold alms bowl in his hand. A powerful devouring force immediately surged out from the alms bowl and enveloped the demonic woman. Chapter 42:67. Little monk Fan Xiu appeared in crepe myrtle ancestral star and stopped the peerless demoness at the scarlet demonic ridge. Boom! Fan Xiao raised the purple gold alms bowl in his hand. A vortex appeared in the seemingly ordinary purple gold alms bowl. This vortex emitted a terrifying devouring power. This power enveloped the demoness directly. The demoness only felt her body tighten. She immediately flew towards the purple gold alms bowl in Fan Xiao's hand uncontrollably. Seeing that the demoness was about to be taken away by the purple gold alms bowl in Fan Xiao's hand, an extremely tyrannical demonic power erupted from the demoness body. Roar! The demoness roared towards the sky. 9 demonic dragons rushed out from her body and directly broke away the devouring power that enveloped her body. The 9 demonic dragon shadows roared angrily and pounced towards Fan Xiao, the little monk. The violent power shook heaven and earth and the void. Humph! Little monk Fan Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared from the mountain top. Boom! The 9 demonic dragons directly collided with the mountain top. In an instant, the entire mountain top exploded. Dust rose into the sky and the entire mountain top collapsed in the void. Little monk Fan Xiao's figure appeared in the distance. When he saw this scene, he couldn't help but frown. The demoness' demonic power was overwhelming. The 9 demonic dragons circled around her body. Every dragon emitted a peerless and powerful wave of power. The demoness soared into the sky and directly attacked little monk Fan Xiao. Great Vajra palm! Little monk Fan Xiao's seemingly casual palm directly smashed the 9 demonic dragons that were charging towards him. Bam! With a muffled sound, the 2 palms collided fiercely. In the next moment, an extremely violent wave of power spread in all directions. The 2 figures instantly separated. Want to kill me? Unless you are a true extreme path supreme being. The demoness said coldly. Is that so? Little monk Fan Xiao smiled and didn't say anything. The 2 figures moved quickly in the sky. Muffled sounds of collision were constantly heard. Every time a sound was heard, a huge black hole would appear in the sky. It was a huge hole formed by the void being shattered. The power of the 2 experts could easily tear the void apart. Little monk Fan Xiao's power was extremely strong. He was like a Buddha that had descended from the ages. With every move he made, there seemed to be a supreme divine sound of the great path lingering in the void. However, the demoness wasn't one to be trifled with. The 9 dragon shadows appeared in the void once again. Come here. The demoness continued to form seals with her hands. Very soon, a devouring force appeared and enveloped her. She seemed to have turned into a bottomless black hole, devouring everything in her surroundings. Rumble, the world shook. Little monk Fan Xiao was covered by the devouring power and flew towards the witch. This was giving him a taste of his own medicine. Just now, little monk Fan Xiao wanted to use the purple gold alms bowl to take away the demoness, but now the demoness wanted to swallow him. The divine ability of the demonic path. Devour the heavens and devour the earth. Buzz! Fan Xiao shook the purple gold alms bowl in her hand. A violent force was emitted from the alms bowl. The void trembled as it blocked the devouring force. What? Seeing the scene, the demoness couldn't help but be shocked. Demons devour all living beings. This alms bowl of mine can devour all living beings as well. Little monk Fan Xiao chuckled out. You. The demoness knew that this fellow was even more powerful than she had imagined. Today she had met her match. No wonder this fellow dared to come to the Scarlet Devil Ridge alone. The Crimson Demonic Ridge was the only stronghold of the demons on the ancestral Myrtle Star. Therefore, spies from all walks of life were gathered outside the Crimson Demonic Ridge. These spies monitored every movement in the Crimson Demonic Ridge day and night. Fiends were the common enemies of the world. In the past, the ancestral star of the Myrtle had experienced a fiend calamity. Countless people died, and the people were plunged into misery and suffering. Although the righteous alliance won in the end, they only managed to drive the demons back to the Crimson Demon Ridge, and failed to completely wipe out the demons on the ancestral star of the Myrtle Star. Since this little Baldy dared to come to the Scarlet Devil Ridge, he was naturally unafraid of the devils here. "Who the hell are you?" The demoness stared at the smiling little monk Fan Xiao and said in a deep voice, "I'm Fan Xiao." Fan Xiao said directly, "Fan Xiao? I seem to have heard of this name before." The demoness tried her best to recall, but she could not recall where she had heard of this name. "All right, come into my alms bowl." Fan Xiao was still smiling. No one would have thought that this tender child was actually an old monster that had lived for countless years. "Go to hell." The demoness was really angry. She opened her mouth and spat out her natal demonic fire. This demonic fire was something that the demoness had cultivated all the way until now. Once the demonic fire was released, the void was immediately annihilated. Even Fan Xiao did not dare to be burned by this demonic fire. Swoosh! The little monk Fan Xiao directly disappeared into the void. "Come out and fight if you have the guts!" The demoness roared. At this moment, a small foot descended from the sky and stepped on the demoness' head, causing her to fall from the sky. Boom! The demoness fell from the sky like a meteorite and smashed into the ground, creating a huge pit. "Return!" Fan Xiao held the purple gold alms bowl in his hand and directly pinched the seals, activating the power of the purple gold alms bowl. Divine runes began to appear on the purple gold alms bowl. The ancient divine runes exuded an endless aura. The power of the purple gold alms bowl was activated. It was as if a peerless expert that had been sleeping had suddenly awakened. How is this possible? Your Dao tool is not an extreme Dao tool. How can it have a tool spirit? The demoness was inexplicably shocked. Although the purple gold alms bowl in Fan Xiao's hand was powerful, it was definitely not an extreme Dao tool. One had to know that if the alms bowl in Fan Xiao's hand was an extreme Dao tool, she would have been sucked into the alms bowl. At this moment, the demoness was involuntarily pulled into the sky by the strong suction from the alms bowl in Fan Xiao's hand. "Come in obediently." Fan Xiao squinted his eyes and said. His body shone with Buddhist light, as if a supreme Buddha had descended to the world. Buddhist runes appeared on his body. "You." The demoness sneered and immediately shouted, "Sword out!" In the next moment, a dazzling demonic light rushed out from her body. 9 dragon shadows appeared in the world again. The sharp sword Qi made the world lose its color. 9 dragons, demonic sword. Fan Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw it. The appearance of 9 dragons was the characteristic of the 9 dragons' demonic sword. Legend had it that it was refined from the flesh and bones of 9 demonic dragons and possessed the power of 9 dragons. Chapter 42:68. The 9-dragon demonic sword was the strongest demonic weapon of the Ziwei demons. 9 dragons would appear when the sword was drawn. When the demon girl's sword was drawn, the 9 dragons split the sky and the earth. They slammed into Fan Xiao's purple gold alms bowl. Clang! Fan Xiao's purple gold alms bowl was sent flying. What a fierce sword! Fan Xiao was shocked. He saw the demonic sword's sword light slashing down on his head. He was not in a hurry. With a thought, a kasaya appeared on his body. The kasaya was not eye-catching. Although it was not broken, it was very old. The 9 demonic dragons' silhouettes descended from the sky and fell on Fan Xiao's head. The moment Fan Xiao was about to be slashed by the demon girl's sword, he roared angrily. His kasaya immediately erupted with an extremely powerful force. Then, a ball of Buddhist light emerged from the kasaya and instantly enveloped Fan Xiao. Buzz! The 9 dragons' demonic sword slashed at the ball of Buddhist light. In the next moment, the 9 dragons' demonic sword was sent flying. This shocked the little monk Fan Xiao. Again. The demon girl roared angrily and attacked again with her sword. While Fan Xiao and the demon girl were fighting, He Tian suddenly sensed something outside the ancestral grounds of the Nether tribe. His face immediately darkened. At this time, a storm was brewing on the primordial ancestral planet. In order to bring back their ancestor, the great elder of the sky, Feather Clan, went to Celestial City again. In the city lord's mansion, the great elder of the celestial tribe, Tianyu, was greeting Gu Fei. "You want my master to release Tian Luo." Elder Meng's voice was heard in the main hall of the city lord's mansion. Tian Luo was the ancestor of the celestial tribe. Some people said that he was the direct descendant of the first celestial tribe ancestor, the second celestial tribe ancestor. That day, Tian Luo's body was destroyed by Gu Fei. Only his soul remained. Then his soul was suppressed by Gu Fei in the cauldron of mountain and river. Taoist Gu, old ancestor Tian Kuan, killed the 3 old ancestors of the extreme Tao Heaven sect. The extreme Tao Heaven sect won't let this go easily. With old ancestor Tian Luo's help, the celestial clan won't be afraid of the extreme Tao Heaven sect. In the main hall, an old man with white hair and beard looked solemnly at Gu Fei, who was sitting on the throne. "Really?" Gu Fei looked at Patriarch Heavenly Feather with a faint smile. The extreme Tao Heaven sect was the #1 power in the central region. The celestial humans were naturally inferior to the extreme Tao Heaven sect. However, Gu Fei knew very well that the heavenly humans weren't as weak as he had imagined. It wouldn't be easy for the extreme Tao Heaven sect to exterminate the heavenly humans. Patriarch Heavenly Feather wanted to make use of this opportunity to let Tian Luo go. It wasn't a big deal for Gu Fei to let Tian Luo go. If he let Tian Luo go, the strength of the heavenly humans would naturally increase. Gu Fei was about to say something when he thought of this. "Father, when old ancestor Tian Kuan fought against the 3 old ancestors of the extreme Tao Heaven sect, he obtained a lot of good stuff." Gu Ling, who had been standing next to the throne, suddenly said, "Huh." Gu Fei looked at Gu Ling with a puzzled expression. Taoist Gu Ling, this Patriarch Heavenly Feather, was at a loss. He didn't know why Gu Ling would say such a thing. "I can let old ancestor Tian Luo go, but you have to give me the 9 Phoenix Cauldron in exchange." Gu Ling directly stated his intention. 9 Phoenix Cauldron? Patriarch Heavenly Feather was stunned. The 9 Phoenix Cauldron was old ancestor Tian Kuan's spoils of war, and this supreme treasure was with him. "I happen to lack a suitable weapon. The 9 Phoenix Cauldron is not bad." Gu Ling looked at Patriarch Heavenly Feather with a faint smile. "Ling, you still haven't refined your Tao artifact?" Gu Fei was a little surprised. One must know that Gu Ling was already a quasi-sovereign. Of course, as a martial artist, the strongest weapon was their own martial body. However, if a martial artist refined a weapon that belonged to him, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. "Father, I haven't refined my own weapon because I haven't found suitable materials," Gu Ling said. She was Gu Fei's daughter. How could she have such low standards? She wasn't interested in ordinary divine materials. If she wanted to refine one, she would either not refine it or refine the strongest weapon. This was Gu Ling's confidence. "You don't have suitable divine materials? Why didn't you tell me? I have them here. Whatever divine materials you want, I can get them for you," Gu Fei said. "Father, if that's the case, it won't be fun anymore," Gu Ling said with a smile. Gu Fei understood. His daughter had really grown up and wanted to rely on him. She didn't want to rely on him as a father. Cultivator Gu Ling wants the 9 Phoenix Cauldron? Elder Tianyu of the Celestial Clan had an ugly look on his face. That was the ultimate treasure of the extreme Tao Heaven sect, a quasi-supreme Tao artifact that could evolve. Ordinary Tao artifacts found it difficult to evolve, especially quasi-supreme Tao artifacts. The 9 Phoenix Cauldron of the extreme Tao Heaven sect was a Tao artifact that could evolve. In other words, when the time came, the Nine Phoenix Cauldron could evolve into an invincible, ultimate Tao artifact. An extreme Tao artifact was the ultimate divine weapon that countless people yearned for. On the primeval ancestral planet, as long as a sect had an ultimate Tao artifact, it could become a great sect that could fight against ancient forces that had existed for countless years. "I'll trade the Nine Phoenix Cauldron for Tian Luo," Guling said. This Elder Tian Yu was in a dilemma. One was his ancestor, the second generation celestial being. The other was the Nine Phoenix Cauldron, an ultimate treasure that could evolve into an ultimate Tao artifact. He couldn't afford to lose either Elder Tian Luo or the Nine Phoenix Cauldron, but now he could only choose one. "My patience is limited. If you don't choose now, then you don't have to," Guling said impatiently. Elder Tian Yu pondered for a moment, then clenched his teeth and flipped his right hand. A reddish gold cauldron the size of a fist appeared in his hand. This time he had brought the Nine Phoenix Cauldron to Celestial City. Elder Tian Yu was reluctant to part with it. After weighing the pros and cons, he felt that saving Elder Tian Luo was more important. Therefore, he had no choice but to give up on the Nine Phoenix Cauldron. Guling smiled and waved her right hand. The Celestial Clan's ultimate treasure in Elder Tian Yu's hand flew to her and landed in her hand. Forefather Heavenly Feather's face couldn't help twitching when he saw that. "It's just a quasi-supreme Tao artifact. What do you want it for?" Gu Fei asked curiously. "I want to refine this into my own weapon." Guling looked at the Nine Phoenix Cauldron in her hand. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it, especially the 9 vivid red phoenixes on the cauldron. Chapter 42:69. The weather in the eastern region of the primordial ancestral star suddenly changed. The sun and moon dimmed, and the day turned into night. What's going on? What's going on? The sudden change in the weather caused the countless creatures in the eastern domain to feel extremely terrified. A terrifying pressure descended on the land, and even the most powerful beasts were trembling at this moment. Roar! The roar of a divine beast came from the depths of the Celestial Clan's ancestral land, shaking the world. In the ancestral court of the Chu clan in Celestial City, there were also beasts roaring. Powerful auras suddenly erupted from all over the city. Those were the peerless experts who were stimulated by the sudden pressure and involuntarily released their own auras to resist it. However, the difference between the auras that erupted from all over the city and the one that suddenly appeared was like the difference between the stars and the moon. Rumble! Right after that pressure appeared, a thunderous sound actually rang out from the sky. It was extremely shocking. Then, a huge black hole appeared in the sky. The cultivators in Celestial City could vaguely see a huge object moving out of the black hole. The huge object gradually came into view. Countless cultivators were shocked to the extreme the moment they saw the behemoth. It was a giant city, a pitch-black giant city. "What's that? Is the alien race attacking?" Someone exclaimed. The danger of the alien race was not over yet. Although the alien race had surrounded the primordial ancestral star, the superforces on the primordial ancestral star were not to be trifled with. At that moment, the alien race had stopped attacking and retreated from the star region where the primordial ancestral star was. Since the alien race could not launch a new attack on the primordial ancestral star for the time being, Heicheng that rushed out of the black hole was not a city of the alien race. Could it be some of the older experts in Celestial City suddenly thought of something, and their expressions changed drastically? "Oh, no!" The clan leader of the Chu clan looked terrible when he saw Heicheng rushing out of the black hole. At that moment, Guling rushed out of the city, Lord's mansion of Celestial City. The Grand Elder of the Celestial Human Tribe, Tian Yu, also rushed out. Gu Fei was the only one who sat calmly on his throne, tasting the heavenly Tao tea that the celestial race had sent over. The heavenly Tao tea was something unique to the celestial race. Although it wasn't an undying godly medicine, it was still a semi-undying godly medicine. even if a quasi-supreme being were to drink it regularly, it would be very useful. The terrifying pressure came from the Black City. That Black City was even more terrifying than the primordial God Mountain. It was as if a single city could suppress an entire region. It really is the war city of the extreme Tao Heaven sect. The great clan elder of the celestial clan flew into the sky and stared at the Black City in the sky. War City? Guling was surprised when she heard this. This was the first time she saw someone use a city as a weapon. Black City was huge and blocked the divine sun in the sky. The pressure coming from Hei Qing even made Guling's expression change. Ants of the celestial clan, come out and die. At this moment, a voice resounded from within Black City. It wasn't loud, but it reverberated through the heavens and earth and entered everyone's ears. Humph! You want to destroy my celestial clan just by coming to War City? Dream on! Tian Yu sneered. Kill! The person in the city shouted without saying anything. In the next moment, a beam of divine light directly rushed out of Black City and pierced towards old ancestor Tian Yu. Old ancestor Tian Yu opened his mouth and spat out a beam of cold light, which directly met the beam of divine light descending from the sky. Boom! In the next moment, the two beams of divine light instantly collided. Then, a circle of ripples spread out. Wherever the ripples passed, the void was silently annihilated. In just an instant, a huge black hole appeared between heaven and earth. The great clan elder of the celestial clan swayed and actually took half a step back. Damn it! Old ancestor Tianyu was both shocked and angry. The war city of the extreme Tao Heaven sect was a great killing machine. A single city could destroy a great sect or great sect. The war city of the extreme Tao Heaven sect wouldn't be used easily. It seemed that the extreme Tao Heaven sect was really determined to destroy the Celestial clan. Old ancestor Tian Kuan of the Celestial clan had destroyed the three great ancestors of the extreme Tao Heaven sect. For the extreme Tao Heaven sect, this was definitely an unbearable loss. One had to know that on the primordial ancestral star, only those whose cultivation had reached the quasi-supremacy realm could be called Old Ancestor. There weren't many quasi-supremacies on the entire primordial ancestral star. Moreover, not only had the three great ancestors of the extreme Tao Heaven sect fallen in the eastern domain, but they had also lost a supreme treasure like the 9 Phoenix Cauldron. Whether it was to avenge the three great ancestors or to take back the 9 Phoenix Cauldron, the sect master of the extreme Tao immortal sect wouldn't let the Celestial clan off. The sect master of the extreme Tao immortal sect didn't hesitate to use the war city. At this moment, the black hole in the sky didn't disappear. Instead, it trembled. In the next moment, another powerful pressure appeared. Another war city rushed out of the black hole and appeared in the sky above the ancestral land of the Eastern Domain Celestial clan. What? This time, even old ancestor Tianyu couldn't help but change his expression. The extreme Tao Heaven sect actually used 2 war cities. Although the extreme Tao Heaven sect was known as the number 1 force in the central domain, it only had 6 war cities. Now, the extreme Tao Heaven sect actually used 2 war cities to deal with the Celestial clan. It seemed like the Celestial clan was really in trouble. You've really gone too far. Old ancestor Tianyu roared. Not only did the extreme Tao Heaven sect steal the immortal divine herb of our clan, but now they want to kill us all. At this moment, a powerful figure suddenly appeared in the sky above Heaven City. This person was the old ancestor of the Celestial clan, Tian Kuan. The Celestial clan was a great clan in the Eastern Domain. There were many experts in the clan, and they had the extreme Tao Saint artifact, the Hand of Heaven, which was that glove. Moreover, this time, they even had the immortal divine phoenix herb. It definitely wouldn't be easy for the extreme Tao Heaven sect to destroy the Celestial clan. With the appearance of the second war city, chaos immediately broke out in Heaven City. Countless cultivators rushed toward the city gate. trying to escape from Heaven City as soon as possible. Even the major forces in the heavenly human city packed up and left. They didn't want to be buried with the celestial clan. Tian Kuan, you're the lunatic who killed the 3 old ancestors of my clan. A figure rushed out of the war city. So what if I am? Do you want to die too? Old ancestor Tian Kuan was extremely arrogant. He didn't show the slightest bit of fear in the face of the 2 war cities. Instead, he was filled with battle intent. Good. You're really crazy. I'll kill you first, then destroy the celestial clan. Chapter 4270. The war city of the extreme Tao Heaven sect was a great killing machine. Once the war city moved, the power of heaven and earth in the whole world would be moved. The void around the war city kept gushing out of the 4 most primitive forces: earth, water, wind, and fire. The terrifying aura was even stronger than before. It was as if the whole world was about to collapse. The monstrous power shook the heaven city below. Boom! At this time, Tian Kuan also moved. He clenched his right fist, and his entire sleeve exploded, revealing his entire arm. Clang! Like a peerless divine weapon being unsheathed, pieces of black gold emerged from his arm and instantly covered his entire right arm. In the next moment, his right arm became the Hand of Heaven. The extreme Tao weapon, the Hand of Heaven, was the supreme treasure of the celestial humans. It was no secret that the celestial humans had 2 supreme treasures in the eastern domain of the ancestral primitive star. In addition to the immortal phoenix herb, the other supreme treasure of the celestial humans was the Hand of Heaven that Tian Kuan possessed. Today, I'll see if the Hand of Heaven of the celestial humans is as powerful as the rumors say. A voice came from one of the war cities. I, Tian Kuan, never kill a nameless person. Tell me your name. Ancestor Tian Kuan stared the descending war city and said coldly. A burst of power erupted from his right hand and blocked the terrifying pressure falling from the sky. Remember, I'm the first city lord under the extreme Tao sect master. Otherwise, you won't know who killed you. The voice from the war city sounded again. I'm the 3rd city lord. In another war city, a vague figure appeared. Haha, good, very good. I can kill 2 city lords of the extreme Tao Heaven sect at once. I, Tian Kuan, can also become famous in the history of cultivation, Tian Kuan said arrogantly. He's mine. Don't fight with me. The 1st city lord said. How dare I? The 3rd city lord said quickly. Among the 6 war cities of the extreme Tao Heaven sect, the 1st city lord was the strongest. He was the leader of the 6 war cities. The other city lords didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of him. TCH, you talk as if you've already killed me. Ancestor Tian Kuan stared at the 2 war cities above and sneered. Kill. The 1st city lord couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with Ancestor Tian Kuan. He directly controlled the war city and charged towards Ancestor Tian Kuan. The 4 forces of earth, water, fire, and wind directly fell from the war city and turned into 4 ancestral dragons that entangled Ancestor Tian Kuan. At this moment, everyone who saw this scene was indescribably shocked. Even Guling was a little moved. The power gathered by the huge city was just too strong. It was already infinitely close to the power of the extreme Tao. This kind of power was much stronger than that of a quasi-supreme being. However, it was clear that the 1st city lord had some scruples and did not dare to release the power of War City to his heart's content. The other cultivators in Sky Human City were scared out of their wits. Extreme Tao Battle City. This was the source of the extreme Tao Heaven sect's confidence. One should know that it was not just 1 extreme Tao Battle City, but 6. 6 extreme Tao weapons. Tao Heaven sect can become sky-shattering fist. Ancestor Tian Kuan roared and punched upward. His entire right arm was suddenly covered with a layer of azure divine light, and ancient Tao patterns appeared on his right arm. Boom! With a loud bang, Ancestor Tian Kuen's punch directly smashed the 4 ancestral dragons that pounced down from the sky. After breaking the power of the 4 ancestral dragons, the heavenly fist energy directly went against the sky and slammed into the first war city. Rumble! The entire war city was shaken by Ancestor Tian Kuen's punch. What? The first city lord was taken aback. In the next moment, he no longer held back. Countless battle cries suddenly came from the war city. Just when everyone was shocked, a number of shadows directly penetrated the city wall and rushed out. Countless illusionary figures brandished their weapons and charged at progenitor Tian Kuen like a surging tide. The legendary immortal battle soul? Although Ancestor Tian Kuen was arrogant, he was not a fool. He had lived for countless years and had a certain understanding of the war city of the extreme Dao Heaven sect. The extreme Dao Heaven sect's 6 extreme Dao war cities were spread out in 6 directions to ensure that the extreme Dao Heaven sect's inheritance would last for thousands of years. The extreme Dao war city was also a great killing weapon. One of its trump cards was the countless immortal battle souls. Those who were injured by the battle souls would not be injured, but their Yuan spirit would be destroyed. Interesting. Gu Ling's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. Was the extreme Dao Heaven sect's war city a Dao artifact that contained countless battle souls? Countless battle souls would become extremely powerful after being nourished by the war city. As long as these battle souls pounced on them, even a quasi-supreme being would lose his life, not to mention others. Ancestor Tian Kuen quickly retreated when he saw the overwhelming number of battle souls pouncing on him. However, the speed of the immortal battle souls was much faster than Ancestor Tian Kuen. In just an instant, Ancestor Tian Kuen was surrounded by countless battle souls. Preposterous! Ancestor Tian Kuen was shocked and angry. These battle souls were not to be trifled with. As long as the war city existed, these battle souls would not disappear and nothing could destroy them. Oh no! Ancestor Tian Yu, who was watching the battle from afar, couldn't help but feel worried for Ancestor Tian Kuen. At this time, Gu Fei had already released Ancestor Tian Luo. However, Ancestor Tian Luo was just a Yuan spirit without a physical body. Even if he had extraordinary divine abilities, it would be difficult for him to use them. Quickly, send me back to the ancestral land. Ancestor Tian Luo transmitted his voice to Ancestor Tian Yu anxiously. Yes, Ancestor. Ancestor Tian Yu hurriedly took Ancestor Tian Luo's Yuan spirit and flew into the sky. Gu Ling was very curious. The immortal battle souls were already in an invincible position. What means did Ancestor Tian Kuen have to turn the tables? At this time, Ancestor Tian Kuen let out a furious roar and swept his back wall horizontally. The violent force of the heavens rushed out from his right arm and sent countless battle souls flying. One by one, the fighting souls were sent flying into the air before exploding. Destroy the war city, and these damned things will naturally disappear. Ancestor Tian Kuen let out a roar and directly rushed to the sky and killed the descending first war city. Haha, are you in a hurry to die? I'll fulfill your wish. The first ancestor sat cross-legged in the sky above the first war city. In the next moment, divine chains rushed out from the city and entangled Ancestor Tian Kuen. Those weren't real divine chains, but divine chains condensed by the first ancestor using the power of the war city to injure the Yuan spirit. Humph. Chapter 4271. A great battle broke out. Ancestor Tian Kuen of the Celestial Clan was extremely powerful. He actually fought against the extreme Dao Heaven sect's extreme Dao war city with his own strength. He broke through the layers of War City's power and crashed into the War City. Boom! With a loud bang, the War City shook. Then, Ancestor Tian Kuen let out a roar, and divine power surged from his body. He lifted the War City and slowly rose into the sky. Seeing the scene, everyone was shocked to the extreme. This was truly too shocking. Compared to the War City, Ancestor Tian Kuan was as small as an ant. However, such a small person shook the entire war city. Ancestor Tian Kuan actually crashed into the third war city while carrying the first war city. That was a war city of the extreme Tao Heaven sect, and it was the first war city. The first war city was stronger than the other 5 war cities. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called the first war city. Rumble, the war city shook. The power of the first city lord merged with the power of the war city in an instant. At this moment, he was the war city, and the war city was him. This was the realm of the war city, and the war city becoming one. Bang! The first city lord stomped his foot, and the first war city that was being carried by Ancestor Tian Kuan immediately stopped. Endless Tao patterns emerged from all over the war city. Endless heaven and earth energy gathered madly. Ancestor Tian Kuan felt his hand sink as if he was carrying a part of the heaven and earth. No matter how he operated his mysterious skill and activated the power of the hand of heaven, the war city remained motionless. Good heavens! Ancestor Tian Kuan rushed out of the war city. However, just as he emerged from the war city, a fist appeared in front of him. What? This was a punch that came without any warning. This punch shocked Ancestor Tian Kuan. He quickly stretched out his right hand to block it. The punch landed directly on his hand. Ancestor Tian Kuan's right hand was equipped with the hand of heaven. He grinned maliciously and was about to crush the fist, but in the next moment he felt that his hand was empty. He didn't grab anything at all. This, Ancestor Tian Kuan was taken aback. His opponent's fist was like air, as if it didn't have any flesh and blood. Fighting soul. Ancestor Tian Kuan quickly retreated. However, the fist had already pierced through his right arm and smashed into the bridge of his nose. Kacha! The sound of bones shattering rang out. Patriarch Tian Kuan let out a tragic cry as he was sent flying 1,000 miles away. His face was covered in blood, and his nose was broken. Roar! Old Ancestor Tian Kuan almost went crazy. He had never been slapped in the face, let alone had his nose broken with a punch. This was absolutely a great humiliation. Boom! Ancestor Tian Kuan's body erupted with a ball of incomparably dazzling divine light. Then, a huge figure emerged from the divine light. It was a ferocious creature with green scales all over its body. It had a humanoid appearance, but there were 2 curved horns on its head. This is a celestial being. Guling's eyes lit up when he saw the real body of Ancestor Tian Kuan. Celestial beings were not from the human clan. They looked very different from the human clan. Apart from their humanoid appearance, there was nothing about them that resembled a human. Tian Kuan's eyes had double pupils. When they opened and closed, rays of light shot out from his eyes and pierced through the void. There was actually more than one branch of celestial beings. All the humanoid creatures that were born naturally were collectively known as celestial beings. The ancestor of the human clan was also a celestial being. Kill! Ancestor Tian Kuan roared angrily as he shook his right arm. An even more powerful wave of God's power exploded from his arm and blocked the first city's attack. At this time, everyone was extremely nervous. The outcome of this battle could be said to determine the future of the primordial ancestral star. A figure was sent flying and dissipated in the void. In the next moment, countless figures rushed out from the first battle city. Ancestor Tian Kuan noticed that these figures were the city lords of the first battle city. It was as if countless city lords were attacking Ancestor Tian Kuan. Get lost! Ancestor Tian Kuan roared madly, and the force of heaven erupted. The countless figures were shattered again. However, this was just a feint. Just as Ancestor Tian Kuan shattered the figures, a fist silently smashed into his body. Bam! Kacha! The sound of collision and breaking bones resounded. Ancestor Tian Kuan screamed and was sent flying again. Of course, although it was impossible to harm Ancestor Tian Kuan's life, It made him look extremely miserable. Swoosh! At the moment when Ancestor Tian Kuen's figure appeared again, a ray of divine light rushed out from the first battle city and instantly pierced through his figure. Damn it! Ancestor Tian Kuen's body crumbled in the void once more. However, he had the protection of the Heaven Hand. As long as his Yuan spirit was not destroyed, he would not die no matter how many times his body collapsed. This, Guling could already see the outcome of this battle. Both sides would suffer. Rumble! At this moment, a shocking sound came from the sky. The third battle city moved. Under the control of the city lord, it directly attacked the celestial clan's ancestral land. Countless cultivators in the celestial city were shocked to the extreme. On the primeval ancestral star, just as the extreme Dao Heaven sect was attacking the celestial clan, Haitian finally laid down a complete killing formation on the ancestral land of the Nether clan. The killing formation isolated the void from the world. Within the endless formation runes, a ball of divine light floated and emitted incomparably powerful energy waves. Inside the huge ball of divine light was the ancestral land of the Nether clan. It was a part of the world refined by the Nether clan's ancestor. Haha, bastards from the Nether clan. I'm going to wipe you all out today. Hei Tian laughed and said. Ji Changkong watched from the side without saying anything. Begin. As Hei Tian shouted, 9 balls of divine fire immediately appeared in the super killing formation. The 9 balls of divine fire directly turned into 9 divine phoenixes and burned towards the ancestral land of the Nether clan. The divine fire that erupted from the 9 divine phoenixes caused the void to distort and the stars to be annihilated. At this moment, in the Nether clan's inner world, countless clansmen of the Nether clan were extremely anxious. They all wanted to leave this place. At this moment, all the clansmen of the Nether clan felt a wave of heat assaulting them. Countless clansmen of the Nether clan panicked. That guy, the patriarch of the Nether clan, was shocked and angry. Just as Hei Tian started to attack the ancestral land of the Nether clan, a mysterious shadow walked out from the ancestral land of the Ground clan. Chapter 4272. The ancestral star of Crepe Myrtle was in turmoil. The G family was still the #1 power in the ancestral star of Crepe Myrtle, and no other power could replace it. However, the current G family was not as strong as before, all because of the battle between Ji Changkong and Emperor Ji. The 2 great powers of the Ji family were secretly fighting fiercely. Even if the old ancestor of the Ji family came to mediate, it was useless. The 2 of them were like fire and water. Both of them were secretly trying to rope in other powers. Emperor Ji went to the Ground clan, while Ji Changkong sent Ji Wu to the ancestral ground of the Heavenly clan. The Ground clan and the Heavenly clan were irreconcilable enemies. The enmity between the 2 clans could be traced back to the ancient era, or even earlier. At this time, Hei Tian activated the Peerless Killing Formation, wanting to stew the Netherworld clan. The Peerless Killing Formation evolved into a world of fire. The Netherworld clan was trapped in an endless sea of fire. Within that sea of fire, 9 powerful figures could be vaguely seen. They were 9 divine phoenixes, and every single one of them was bursting with monstrous might. Endless power of the way of fire surged out, and the void was being burned to ashes. Sir, can you stop? A divine sense fluctuation came from the ancestral ground of the Netherworld clan. Who are you? Can you make the decision? Hei Tian's divine sense fluctuation appeared. I am the lord of the Netherworld clan. Do you think I can make the decision? The voice said, Lord of the Netherworld clan. Hei Tian sneered. Sir, as long as you let us go, we are willing to pay any price. The lord of the Netherworld clan said. Is that so? Hei Tian smiled. In order to survive, the entire Netherworld clan had abandoned even their basic dignity. Yes, as long as you don't exterminate us, we can agree to any condition, the lord of the Netherworld clan said seriously. He was not joking. If they had a chance to survive, they would not agree to any of Haitian's conditions. Rumble! At this time, looking from afar, an incomparably huge fireball was burning fiercely. The area around the fireball was scorched. Countless trees were reduced to ashes. It was like a terrifying furnace, as if it could burn the entire world until it collapsed. Many powerful figures appeared in the area nearby. These were all experts who had been alarmed. They only dared to watch from afar because they had already received news that it was that madman, Haitian, who was making a move. Haitian was the god of swindlers of his generation, the scourge of the Myrtle ancestral star. Countless experts had fallen prey to his tricks, and he was not someone to be trifled with. Whoever provoked Haitian would be unlucky. Fine, don't say that I didn't give you a chance. How about this? Surrender obediently, hand over all the treasures of your clan, and swear loyalty to me. Then I'll spare your clan. Haitian said indifferently. What? The lord of the netherworld race was stunned when he heard this. Unwilling? Then just wait for your deaths. Haitian grinned. Actually, breaking through the ancestral land of the netherworld race was only a matter of time. Once it was breached, there would only be one outcome for the entire netherworld race, and that was to be exterminated in both body and soul. The lord of the netherworld race was both shocked and angry. Haitian wanted them to be his slaves. Lord, let's fight. I'd rather die in battle than live in humiliation. Outrageous. This is too much. The ancestral land of the netherworld race was instantly in an uproar. Among them, there were many saints and even quasi-supremes. They were usually high and mighty, and they controlled the lives and deaths of countless people. But now, this Haitian actually wanted them to be slaves? No. The lord of the netherworld race said to the crowd, a true hero was someone who could submit and stand tall. This, no one from the netherworld race dared to speak at once. Bear with it, understand. The lord of the netherworld race swept his gaze across the crowd and said coldly, Lord, the higher-ups of the netherworld race were extremely indignant. I agree. The expression of the lord of the netherworld race changed several times. In the end, he still admitted defeat to Haitian and lowered his head. Good. Very good. Haitian laughed heartily. He was just worrying about how to increase his strength to contend against Emperor Ji. Now he had subdued the netherworld race. This was still far from Ji Changkong's road to becoming the overlord. Without any suspense, as the netherworld race surrendered, Haitian successfully subdued the netherworld race. He placed a restrictive technique on every higher-up of the netherworld race. This restrictive technique was actually something that Haitian had learned from Gufei. The life and death of the higher-ups of the netherworld race were in his hands. Let's go back. Haitian was in a good mood. He called out to Ji Changkong and directly soared into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. Ji Changkong quickly chased after him. Ji Changkong was somewhat surprised that Haitian could subdue the netherworld race. When Haitian and the others had just returned to the encampment, Ji Wu returned with an envoy. The heavenly race had agreed to form an alliance with Ji Changkong. Emperor Ji, your time of death has come. Ji Changkong gritted his teeth and said, while Haitian was subduing the netherworld race, in the primordial ancestral star, the battle above the celestial race's ancestral land was still ongoing. Two huge cities were floating high in the sky. The terrifying aura emitted by the war city made even quasi-supremes frown. The saints below the quasi-supremes level all paled. Tian Kuan was bitterly holding on. The city lord of the first war city was extremely powerful. He used all sorts of killing moves. At this moment, even with the hand of heaven, Tian Kuan was firmly suppressed. Lunatic Kuan, weren't you very arrogant? Why aren't you arrogant anymore? The first city lord sneered. His figure appeared in the void. Even someone as strong as Gu Fei could not sense the aura of the first city lord. Roar! Tian Kuan roared at the sky. The terrifying sound waves spread and echoed throughout the entire region. Okay, I'm not playing with you anymore. I'll send you on your way. The first city, Lord sneered. Haha, Tian Kuan laughed crazily. You can still laugh when you're about to die. The figure of the first city, Lord, appeared in front of ancestor Tian. Humph, with just you? Don't joke around, Tian Kuan said disdainfully. At this moment, a cold light directly broke through the void and instantly penetrated the first city, Lord's body. What? The first city Lord was taken aback, but he didn't dodge. He saw that the cold light directly passed through his body, and he didn't feel any force at all. This was just an incarnation. With ancestor Tian Kuan's cultivation, it was not difficult to refine an incarnation. Gu Ling watched the battle from afar. At this time, she had not yet transcended her tribulation. She carefully restrained her aura, but Gu Fei did not show up at all. The cultivation between the first city lord and Tian Kuan of the celestial race was similar, but now the celestial race could actually suppress Tian Kuan. Without any suspense, ancestor Tian Kuan was directly sent flying thousands of miles away by the first city lord's punch. Chapter 4273. The fact that ancestor Tian Kuan was suppressed by the city lord of Jidao Heaven Sect's First War City and sent flying thousands of miles away with a single punch shocked countless cultivators in Celestial City. The city lord of Jidao Heaven Sect's First War City defeated ancestor Tian Kuan of the Celestial Clan. One had to know that ancestor Tian Kuan was one of the top figures in the Celestial Clan. Even ancestor Tian Yu knew that he was no match for ancestor Tian Kuan. Moreover, ancestor Tian Kuan had the Hand of Heaven, an extreme Tao weapon. Even the most powerful being in the Celestial Human Clan was not a match for Tian Kuan, who had the Hand of Heaven. Didn't this mean that the city lord of the #1 battle city of the extreme Tao Heaven sect was even more powerful than the most powerful being in the Celestial Human Clan? Rumble! The First War City was moving rapidly. The huge city moved quickly and steadily without any hindrance. The city lord of First War City stepped on the huge city and charged directly at ancestor Tian Kuan. Dazzling lightning rushed out of the huge city and lingered in the void. A terrifying and monstrous power rippled out of the huge city and shook the void. Buzz! Just as the giant city was about to crush down on him, Patriarch Tian Kuan's right arm shook, and the power of the heavens erupted. Ancient and mysterious Tao patterns emerged on his entire arm. In the next moment, an ancestral dragon shadow rushed out of his right arm and slammed into the incoming war city. Boom! With a loud bang, ancestral dragon's head smashed into the descending war city, its head instantly disintegrating into the void. The whole war city shook violently. The two powerful forces canceled each other out and destroyed each other. The mighty residual power caused all living beings within a radius of 100,000 miles to panic to the extreme. Even Gu Ling furrowed his brows. With Gu Ling's current cultivation, it would be difficult for her to compete with the first city lord if she only relied on her physical body. Even if she used the 9 Phoenix Cauldron, it would not be enough. After all, she had not had time to refine the 9 Phoenix Cauldron. The reason why Jidao Heaven Sect sent the First and Third War City to attack the Celestial Clan was to recapture the 9 Phoenix Cauldron. However, the people of the extreme Tao Heaven Sect did not know that the 9 Phoenix Cauldron had already fallen into Gu Ling's hands. The things that had fallen into the hands of Gu Fei and his daughter had never been taken back from them. Just as Patriarch Tian Kuan was struggling to hold on, a shocking divine might suddenly burst forth from the Celestial Clan's ancestral ground. The terrifying pressure caused the world to change color. Rumble! An extremely shocking sound rang out from the ancestral land of the Celestial Human Clan. Following that, a shocking scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. A massive city had emerged from the depths of the Celestial Clan's ancestral land. The pitch-black city looked as if it had been forged from supreme divine iron, and there were marks left behind by blades, spears, swords, and halberds. This was a city that had experienced countless battles. Humph! It's not just the extreme Tao Heaven sect that has a war city. My celestial clan also has a war city. Above War City, a figure stared at the number 1 city, lord of the extreme Tao Heaven sect, and said coldly, "I'll take you on." The number 1 city, lord of the extreme Tao Heaven sect, said, and directly drove the war city that had rushed out of the ancestral land of the celestial human clan. The cultivators in the celestial city were shocked to see the scene. The celestial human clan was a great clan in the eastern domain of the ancestral primitive star. It had existed for countless years, so it was not surprising that the clan had a war city. Kill! A roar came from the war city, and the entire war city directly collided with the war city of the extreme Tao Heaven sect. 2 figures appeared in the war city. One was Patriarch Tianluo, and the other was Patriarch Tianyu. There were only 3 patriarchs left in the celestial human clan. Patriarch Tianluo was originally only left with a trace of his primordial spirit. No one knew what secret technique they used, but Patriarch Tian Luo's body was reconstructed so quickly, and his cultivation was restored to its peak state. What's going on? Guling was curious. Boom! With an earth-shattering bang, the 2 war cities actually collided together. Everyone was shocked to see the shocking scene in the sky. Hideous cracks appeared on the walls of Tao Heaven sect's War 3 city, and it looked as if it could collapse at any time. Roar! The 3rd city, Lord, roared continuously, and the cracks on the wall disappeared silently. The war city could repair itself automatically. On the other hand, there was not even a sound of collision on the celestial human clan's war city. Again, the 3rd city, Lord, roared, and the 3rd war city directly collided with the celestial human clan's war city. "You think I'm afraid of you?" Patriarch Tianluo sneered and also drove the war city forward. These 2 countless cultivators in the celestial city were shocked. Boom! A loud sound rang out as the 2 cities collided once again. This time, the extreme Tao Heaven sect's War 3 city was actually pushed back. How is this possible? The 3rd city lord couldn't believe it. No one knew the power of the 3rd war city better than him. However, the celestial human clan's war city seemed to be stronger. Neither war city dared to use the power of the extreme Tao Heaven sect. Die, 3rd city lord! At this time in the celestial human war city, Tianyu roared and directly rushed out. She moved her hands, and endless spiritual qi of heaven and earth gathered from all directions. A huge blade shadow appeared between heaven and earth. Die! Patriarch Tianyu used all his strength and slashed at the 3rd war city. The blade shadow turned into an unparalleled blade light, and it cut the void between heaven and earth. It was as if the blade could split the entire world in half. Ancestor Heavenly Feather's power fused with the power of the celestial battle city. Even a quasi-supremacy would be slain by the might of his blade. However, in the next moment, the 3rd war city disappeared in the void. Tianyu's peerless blade slashed at the air, and the peerless blade light fell directly on the celestial human war city. What? Countless experts in the celestial human war city were scared out of their wits when they saw this. Preposterous! The cultivators in the city were all dumbfounded. Some cultivators were so scared that they knelt on the ground. The blade light broke through the defense of the celestial human war city and continued to slash down. The chilling blade qi made countless living beings in the city feel like they were in an ice cave. Oh no, I don't want to die. None of the cultivators in the celestial human war city expected to be affected by the battle. Only the people of the Meng family in the city, Lord's mansion, remained calm, as if they didn't see the peerless blade light slashing down on the celestial human war city. Chapter 4274. Ancestor Heavenly Feather activated the power of the celestial battle city and unleashed a peerless slash. This slash combined the power of Ancestor Heavenly Feather and the celestial battle city, and it was infinitely close to the power of the extreme path. When Ancestor Heavenly Feather unleashed this slash, there was a faint sound of thunder in the sky. However, the moment Ancestor Heavenly Feather unleashed this slash, the third city lord of the extreme Path Heaven sect and the celestial battle city disappeared into the void. What? Ancestor Heavenly Feather was shocked to see this. The peerless saberlight that he unleashed fell directly on the celestial city below. Wherever the saberlight passed, the void was destroyed. Oh no! Even Ancestor Heavenly Luo was shocked. His expression turned extremely grave. There was a killer lord in the celestial city below. Ancestor Heavenly Luo could not help but shiver at the thought of Gu Fei. Whoosh! The saberlight fell as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. It directly broke through the layer of light that enveloped the entire celestial city and fell on the city. At this moment, countless cultivators in the city were scared out of their wits. If this saber light fell on the city, many people would die. Roar! Seeing the saber light falling, an expert in the city roared and took out a huge cauldron to meet the falling saber light. A monstrous earth elemental power rushed out of the huge cauldron. The earth elemental power was vast, as if a Milky Way had rushed out of the huge cauldron. That was the attack of a peak holy venerate expert. The power of the divine path spread in all directions. Countless cultivators in the city were shocked to see this, but they fell into despair the next moment. As the saber light fell, it directly broke through the earth elemental power that soared into the sky and then slashed at the huge cauldron. With a soft sound, the powerful cauldron was cut in half by the peerless saber light. This, the peak holy venerate expert's expression, changed drastically. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face instantly turned as pale as a sheet. The peak holy venerate expert suffered a great impact when his life Tao weapon was broken, and he was severely injured. Preposterous! Someone roared. In the next moment, another Tao artifact rushed out from Heaven City. A wave of quasi-supreme level power suddenly erupted, shaking the heavens and earth. This was the attack of a quasi-supreme being. Heavenly Human City was the only city within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. No one knew exactly how many quasi-supremes were hiding in the city. The Tao artifact that soared into the sky to meet the peerless saber light was a battle spear. The power of a quasi-sovereign emanated from the spear. A pitch-black spatial crack was left in the wake of the spear. Clang! The blade light and the divine spear collided in an instant. In the next moment, the battle spear was actually split in half by the blade light. The quasi-supreme Tao artifact could not even last for a breath of time before it was destroyed. How is this possible? At the sight of this, the quasi-supreme being who made a move directly vomited blood. That was a quasi-sovereign grade Tao artifact. Yet it was destroyed just like that. As the peerless blade light descended, many experts attacked one after another. However, all of them were like mantises trying to stop a chariot. All of them were destroyed by the peerless blade light. Damn it! Seeing this, Ancestor Tian, you wanted to retract the blade light. However, this was an attack that he had used all of his strength. Roar! At this moment, Ancestor Tian Luo roared and made his move. Ancestor Tian Luo stretched out his right hand. A giant palm appeared in the sky and grabbed at the peerless blade light. It was as if he was going to grab the entire world in his hand. However, it was too late for Ancestor Tian Luo to make his move. Just as the terrifying blade light was about to land on Heaven City, a finger suddenly pointed out from the city, Lord's mansion. Clang! The finger pointed at the peerless blade light. In the next moment, the terrifying blade light that could destroy a quasi-sovereign grade Tao artifact shattered. Ancestor Tian Luo was shocked. He retracted his giant hand. This, everyone was dumbfounded. A finger blocked the peerless blade light? To the cultivators in Heaven City, this scene was too unreal. It was as if they were in a dream. A finger? How is this possible? Even Ancestor Tian Yu was dumbfounded. He was the one who attacked with the blade light. No one knew the power of the blade better than him. This slash could kill a quasi-supreme being as easy as killing a chicken. However, such a powerful slash was actually broken by a single finger of a person. Only that person, Ancestor Tian Luo, and Ancestor Tian, you both thought of one person. That person was the only one who could do that. The two celestial clans' ancestors were very nervous. That person's attack was no small matter. However, after a while, that person did not show up. Ancestor Tian Luo and Ancestor Tian, you looked at each other in confusion. Boom! At this time, the number 1 city lord of the extreme Dao Heaven sect controlled the number 1 war city and sent Ancestor Tian Kuin flying again. Ancestor Tian Kuin was in a sorry state. Blood was seeping out of his body. He was injured and couldn't lock his blood essence in his body. The loss of blood essence would directly damage Ancestor Tian Kuin's vitality. The lost vitality could be replenished with divine medicines or devoured the essence of heaven and earth. At this time, Ancestor Tian Kuin became even crazier. He sneered and attacked the number 1 city lord again. The hand of heaven smashed the void and smashed the number 1 war city. Boom! The moment Ancestor Tian Kuin's right fist smashed into the first war city, a sound akin to a heavenly drum rang out. The terrifying sound waves spread out, causing the surrounding void to crack and crack. Some experts who were watching the battle from afar fainted and fell from the sky. Some experts with powerful cultivation were also shocked to the point that their ears were bleeding. They retreated in panic. Once they were affected by a battle of this level, it would be no small matter. Number 1 city lord, you are only SOSO. Boom! Ancestor Tian Kuin roared and smashed the number 1 war city again. Humph! It's enough to kill you. The number 1 city lord's figure appeared in the number 1 war city. At this time, countless illusory figures once again appeared in First War City. Figures walked out from all over the city. They were all battle souls of First War City. Countless war souls appeared. In an instant, the city was filled with people. At a glance, it was impossible to know how many war souls there were. This move again. Ancestor Tian Kuin couldn't help but frown. These war souls were said to be indestructible. As long as the number 1 war city existed, the war souls would not disappear. Chapter 4275. The war city of Ji Dao Heaven sect was a great killing machine. As long as the war city was not destroyed, the battle souls would not be extinguished. At this time, the city lord of Ji Dao Heaven sect's first war city started to get serious. Countless battle souls emerged from all over the war city and rushed towards Ancestor Tian Kuin. Rumble, powerful figures streaked across the void. Countless battle souls gathered together and formed an earth-shattering power that seemed like it was going to tear the whole world apart. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. Ancestor Tian Kuin roared madly and rushed forward. Kill! Ancestor Tian Kuin clenched his right hand and punched the battle soul at the front. The battle soul immediately turned into a divine light and returned to the First War City. Haha, fool! Do you think you can destroy my fighting soul? The city lord of the First War City laughed and said, the battle souls in the War City were in a state of immortality. Even if a supreme master attacked, it was impossible to destroy the battle souls without breaking through the First War City. Even if I can't destroy them, I have to. Tian Kuin attacked madly. The battle souls were directly destroyed by him and turned into divine light that returned to the War City. Very good, very good. The first city lord stared at Tian Kuin, who was surrounded by countless battle souls, and said coldly, Kill, kill, kill! Ancestor Tian Kuin directly rushed towards the First War City. However, there were countless battle souls in front of him. With every step he took, he had to destroy dozens of battle souls. However, Ancestor Tian Kuin's footsteps were incomparably stable as he moved forward step by step. No one was optimistic about Ancestor Tian Kuin. The first city lord was really too strong. Although ancestor Tian Kuan was also very strong, it would be a tragedy for him to fight against the first city lord. Ancestor Tian Kuan's footsteps were getting slower and slower. However, he was still thousands of feet away from the first war city. At this speed, he would be exhausted by the countless battle souls before he reached the first war city. At this time, in another direction, two war cities were fighting continuously. The celestial clan's celestial war city had the upper hand. One should know that it was controlled by celestial clans ancestor Tianyu and ancestor Tianluo. On the other hand, the extreme Dao Heaven sect's third war city was controlled by the third city lord. Thus, the third war city was slightly weaker than the Heaven Human War City. The might of the Heaven Human War City was stronger than the third war city, comparable to the first war city. Boom! Bam! The extreme Dao Heaven sect's third war city was constantly being blasted away. The third city lord's hair was disheveled, and he was in a sorry state. Tian Kuan can't hold on much longer. Patriarch Skyfeather noticed Tian Kuan's situation. Then let's get rid of this guy quickly and go save Tian Kuan, said old ancestor Tianluo while gritting his teeth. This time he wanted to fight with Ji Dao Heaven sect to his heart's content. He wanted to let Ji Dao Heaven sect know that there were people in the eastern region who could fight with them. The extreme Dao Heaven sect was the overlord of the central region, and it had been many years since anyone had challenged their position. If the celestial race defeated the extreme Dao Heaven sect, they would be able to enter the central region and become the new overlord. However, no one was optimistic about the celestial race's chances because the extreme Dao Heaven sect was too strong. The forces that could fight with the extreme Dao Heaven sect were the oldest forces on the primeval ancestral planet. Only those ancient forces that had existed for countless years and had incomparably deep foundations could compete with the extreme Dao Heaven sect. There were not many forces like that on the entire primeval ancestral planet. Then let's use our trump card, said old ancestor Skyfeather impatiently. All right. Old ancestor Tianluo nodded. Then the two old ancestors activated the Heaven Human War City with all their might. In the next moment, the clanging sounds could be heard as if the extreme Dao divine weapons were being born. Soon, 9 weapons appeared in the void. Old ancestor Skyfeather and old ancestor Tianluo gathered the power of the heavens and condensed it into 9 weapons, all quasi-supreme Dao weapons. Kill! Old ancestor Tianluo waved his hand, and the 9 divine weapons immediately turned into divine light and shot out. The 9 divine weapons gathered all the power of the Heaven Human War City and turned into 9 divine lights that tore the sky apart. What? The third city lord sensed the power that erupted from the Heaven Human War City and couldn't help but be shocked. The speed of the 9 divine weapons was extremely fast. In an instant, they arrived in front of him, and a chilling aura filled every inch of the void. Roar! The third city lord roared and activated the power of the war city with all his might. Rumble! The entire third war city shook, and endless murderous aura erupted from the city. A terrifying aura of death spread from the third war city. In the next moment, a huge skeleton appeared in the sky above War 3. This skeleton directly met the 9 divine lights that were slashing towards it. This was a phantom condensed from the power of the third war city. However, although it was just a phantom, the aura of death exuded from the skeleton made the world pale. However, the 9 rays of light fell and instantly destroyed the skeleton, causing it to dissipate in the void. The 9 divine lights directly fell into the third war city. In the next moment, the third war city shook violently. A large amount of smoke and dust rose from the city, and countless houses collapsed. The third city lord fell in the ruins. 9 huge marks appeared in the city. The attack from the Heaven Human War City almost destroyed the third war city. How is this possible? The third city lord kept coughing blood. He was seriously injured, whether it was his body or his spirit. Even his primordial spirit was heavily injured, and his entire body was in tatters. If it were anyone else, they would have been reduced to ashes long ago. Kill. The two old ancestors, Tianluo and Tianyu, did not hold back. A figure appeared in front of the third city, Lord, and then stepped down. Bang! With a muffled sound, the third city, Lord's body exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist. A divine light rushed out of the blood mist and was about to escape. It was the spirit of the third city Lord. The third city, Lord's body was destroyed, but as long as his spirit was not destroyed, he could recover. However, once his spirit was destroyed, even if his body was intact, he would die, leaving behind an empty shell. Humph! The man waved his hand and directly destroyed the spirit of the third city Lord. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked. The third city, Lord of the extreme Tao Heaven sect, died, just like that. At the moment when the third city Lord died, the third war city shook violently and was about to fly away. However, as soon as the man stepped on the third war city, the entire shaking giant city immediately calmed down. This thing is interesting. The man looked around. When old ancestor Tianluo and old ancestor Tianyu entered the third war city, they were shocked when they saw the man. This man was Gu Fei. Chapter 42:76. The power of a war city was terrifying and it could destroy the world. Of course, the premise was that the war city could use the power of extreme Tao. But in the human realm, because of the existence of heavenly punishment, no one dared to use the power of extreme Tao. At this time, in the eastern domain of the Celestial Clan, a war city hovered in the void above the ancestral land of the Celestial Clan. Powerful energy, fluctuations spread out from the war city. Rumble! The war city shook violently as if it had a life of its own. It wanted to break free from the shackles and fly away. Be quiet. Gu Fei stomped his foot, and the entire third war city stopped. It seemed that the war city was afraid of Gu Fei. Seeing this, old ancestor Tianyu and old ancestor Tianluo couldn't help but look at each other in shock. Tao friend Gu, old ancestor Tianyu bowed to Gu Fei. Why aren't you going to save that madman? Gu Fei said. Damn it. Hearing this, old ancestor Tianyu and old ancestor Tianluo immediately rushed out of the third war city and returned to the celestial war city. Just as old ancestor Tianyu and old ancestor Tianluo returned to the celestial war city, a figure crashed into the city like a meteor. The figure smashed through several houses and was buried in the rubble. Damn it, all of you! A crazy roar resounded as a huge city emitted a monstrous energy wave and crashed into the celestial war city. Wherever the city passed, the void was shattered. This was the #1 war city of the extreme Tao Heaven sect. The figure of the #1 city, Lord, appeared in the sky above the city. Endless divine light lingered around the giant city. Ancient Tao patterns faintly appeared and interweaved on the surface of the giant city. They were everlasting, forming Tao diagrams that drew in the power of the heavens. A war city was an incomparably huge extreme Tao treasure. Seeing the #1 war city of the extreme Tao Heaven sect charging at them, old ancestor Tianluo and old ancestor Tian, you were both shocked and angry. The #1 city, Lord, was too despicable. He wanted to destroy the celestial war city with the most direct and powerful force. Inescapable net. Old ancestor Tianluo roared in anger. He didn't use the Heaven Man Battle City's divine ability right away. Instead, countless Tao runes rushed out from the Heaven Man Battle City and formed a giant net that enveloped the first battle city. Kill! The first city Lord roared, and in the next moment, endless sword lights rushed out from the first war city. The sonorous sound was loud, as if countless heavenly swords were unsheathed at the same time, and then fell towards the celestial war city. Wherever the sword light passed, the large net that enveloped the area immediately dissipated in the void. Whoosh! Countless sword lights descended, and houses collapsed one after another, causing dust to rise into the sky. Preposterous! Ancestor Tian Luo was both shocked and angered at the same time. He desperately circulated his cultivation technique, and a layer of divine light emerged from the heaven-human battle city, blocking the countless sword rays that were raining down from the sky. Kill! Old Ancestor Heavenly Feather roared. In the next moment, he rushed toward the first battle general with a murderous aura. What? Seeing this, the first city lord could not help but be shocked. Old Ancestor Heavenly Feather wore a battle armor and did not use a Tao artifact. Just like that, he killed his way into the first war city. In the next moment, the entire first war city was in an uproar. At this time, in the third war city, Gu Fei was sitting cross-legged in the void, his hands constantly forming seals, and great path divine runes rushed out from his hands. Gu Fei wanted to refine the third war city. Just as Gu Fei was refining the third war city of the extreme Tao Heaven sect, in the ancestral land of the extreme Tao Heaven sect, there was an angry roar. The third city lord is dead. How is this possible? Someone was going crazy. Each of the 6 city lords of the extreme Tao Heaven sect was an overlord of a region. The death of the third city lord shocked and angered the others in the extreme Tao Heaven sect. When the news spread, the entire extreme Tao Heaven sect was in an uproar. At this time, on the ancestral star of Ziwei, after He Tian subdued the Netherworld clan, he began to focus on dealing with Ji Huanca. The current Ziwei Ji family was still the dominant family, and no one could challenge the position of Ziwei Ji family. In a mountain ridge of Ziwei Ji family, murderous intent soared into the sky, and dazzling lightning rushed out from time to time. One of the lightning directly swept a mountain peak. In the next moment, the mountain peak instantly turned into dust, as if it had never been there. Hey Tian, come and fight if you have the guts. Tricking people like this is not what a hero would do. Such words came from the mountain ridge. TSK, I am not a hero. He Tian's figure appeared at the peak of a mountain ridge. At this time, the mountain ridge was full of Tao runes and killing arrays, and more than a dozen figures were trapped in the mountain ridge. They were the experts of the Ground Clan, and they had just left the ancestral land of the Ground Clan, but they had been tricked by He Tian. This He Tian had transformed into an expert under Ji Huanca, and he directly brought the dozen Ground Clan experts into the trap that he had set up. At this time, the dozen Ground Clan experts were startled and angered, and they wanted to rush out. However, this was Gu Fei's trap, so how could it be so easy to break through? Array, activate! He Tian directly activated the killing array, and the dozen Ground Clan experts immediately turned pale with fright. They hurriedly transmitted their voices to the ancestral land for help, or directly contacted the people of the Ji clan. However, no one came to save them, because no one knew where He Tian had taken them. Emperor Ji Huanca sent out 18 experts to search for the 15 missing experts of the Ground Clan, and these were 15 experts with the cultivation of Saint Realm and above. This guy, the spies of the major powers at the side were all paying close attention to the people of the Ji clan. At this time, He Tian's figure shook, and he transformed into the leader of the Ground Clan. Then he appeared in another mountain ridge, and He Tian laid down another killing array. When He Tian, who had transformed into the leader of the Ground Clan, saw the people sent by Emperor Ji Huanca, he was both surprised and happy. He Tian promptly led Emperor Ji Huanca's people to a mountain ridge, and after entering the mountain ridge, He Tian suddenly activated the killing array, and all the people who came to search for the Ground Clan's experts suffered miserably. He Tian, you despicable and shameless guy! Emperor Ji Hai's subordinate general, Ji Hai, stared at He Tian outside the array, and his eyes were about to spit fire. He had never thought that He Tian would unexpectedly transform into the leader of the Ground Clan to trick him, and he had tricked him into the killing array that He Tian had laid down in advance. This is called a scheme, not despicable. You are stupid, and you were tricked by me, so who can you blame? He Tian was very happy. These guys were so easily tricked by him, and even he was very surprised. He wanted to see the panic-stricken expression of Ji Hai and the others when they were tricked. He wanted to see their anxious and angry expressions, but also helpless expressions. Chapter 42:77. He Tian finally made his move again. This time he wanted to play big. First, he went to a desolate mountain range and laid down 2 killing formations. Then he changed into Emperor Ji's subordinate, Ji Hai, and lured the ground clan's experts into the killing formation that he had prepared beforehand. When the ground clan's experts were trapped by the killing formation, he changed into the leader of the ground clan and lured Emperor Ji's subordinates into another killing formation. At this moment, Ji Hai's hatred was overflowing and his eyes were red. He Tian actually dared to trick them. He really deserves to die. He Tian, do you want to start a war? Ji Hai, who was trapped in the formation, looked at the complacent He Tian on the opposite mountain. He really wanted to rush up and crush this hateful guy. However, the premise was that he could rush out of this killing formation. From the current situation, it was impossible for him to break the formation and settle the score with He Tian. You're talking nonsense again. I don't think you're a fool. He Tian said with an evil smile. Ji Hai was so angry that he almost went crazy. Fifth uncle, we have already started a war with Ji Changkong. A middle-aged man beside Ji Hai said carefully. Who asked you to talk so much? Ji Hai didn't have a chance to vent his anger. He directly slapped the middle-aged man to the side, and a few teeth flew out of his mouth. When everyone saw this, they were all anxious and fearful. You guys can have fun in there, He Tian said, and immediately activated the killing formation's magical ability. In the next moment, Ji Hai and the others felt the world spin, as if they had entered another world. The surrounding scenery became blurry. Then Ji Hai and the others were shocked to find that they were standing in purgatory. The sky was dark, and the ground was flowing with dark red magma. What's going on? Don't panic, this is just an illusion. A middle-aged man quickly said. He Tian, is this all you have? Ji Hai sneered. This seems to be. At this moment, a saint of the Ji family hesitantly reached out to touch a flame that had rushed out of the lava beside him. If it was an illusion, then the flame was fake. Moreover, even a true divine flame wouldn't be able to harm a saint. The physical body of a sage was extremely tough, and ordinary divine flames could not harm it. Don't touch. Ji Hai quickly stopped him. However, it was too late. The saint's finger was instantly reduced to ashes when he came into contact with the flames, followed by his palm, arm, and finally his body. In just an instant, that saint had been transformed into ash, and not a single thing was left on him. His primordial spirit also turned into ashes. A saint had actually died in front of Ji Hai and the others. When everyone saw this, their shock was no small matter. Ignorant fella, how could the killing array I laid down be as simple as an illusion? He Tian glanced at the people in the array disdainfully, then turned around and left. The moment he turned around, he changed into Ji Hai's appearance again. This guy cultivated a secret technique that could perfectly imitate a person. He could even imitate the aura of a person. Even the leader of the ground clan didn't notice it. He Tian changed into Ji Hai's appearance and left. On the other side of the mountain, a murderous aura soared into the sky. Endless heavenly lightning descended from the sky and directly struck the killing array below. This was a lightning-attracting killing array called the Heavenly Lightning Array. This heavenly lightning array could attract the divine lightning of the highest heavens, and the ground clan was most afraid of lightning. The leader of the ground clan, Yu Yuan, was extremely angry at this moment. He was actually so easily tricked and trapped in this heavenly lightning array. He was extremely depressed. Ji Hai, I'm going to tear you to pieces. How dare you trick me? Yu Yuan roared at the sky. At this moment, a bolt of lightning directly struck his head. In the next moment, His hair stood on end and his face turned black. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of black gas. When the surrounding saints saw this, they were all dumbfounded. The dignified ancestor of the ground clan had actually been turned into a broom, head by a bolt of lightning. Damn it, Yu Yuan was really going crazy. He had never been in such a sorry state before. This made him hate Ji Hai even more. Ancestor, could it be that Emperor Ji dared to trick us? A middle-aged saint beside Yu Yuan with a somewhat pale face suddenly said, "How dare he?" Yu Yuan said angrily. However, Ji Hai dared to trick him. If it wasn't for Emperor Ji's instructions, how would he dare to do this? Haha, why wouldn't I dare? At this moment, a voice rang out. Yu Yuan turned around and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a person standing on a short mountain outside the killing array. When Yu Yuan saw that person, his eyes immediately turned red. "Ji Hai, you still dare to come?" Yu Yuan roared. He was actually tricked by a saint. If word of this got out, people would definitely laugh their heads off. "Why wouldn't I dare to come?" He Tian, who had turned into Ji Hai, shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, "Sword, come." Yu Yuan extended his right hand, and a sword immediately appeared in his hand. In the next moment, there was a flash of cold light, and the extremely sharp light from the sword immediately broke through the layers of lightning. It almost destroyed the killing formation. "Damn it! If you have the guts, come and fight me!" Yu Yuan roared angrily. At this moment, more than a dozen bolts of lightning descended from the sky and bombarded him. "Humph!" Yu Yuan sneered and raised his right hand. The dozen bolts of lightning that descended from the sky immediately dissipated in the void. "I'm really sorry. If my master wants you to die, there's nothing I can do." He Tian, who had turned into Ji Hai, said helplessly. "You roar!" Yu Yuan wished that he could tear Ji Hai apart. However, the might of this heavenly lightning array was not to be trifled with. Yu Yuan tried to attack it several times, but was forced back by the power of the lightning. Countless lightning-shaped Tao patterns interweaved in the void and transformed into ancient Tao diagrams. These Tao diagrams attracted the power of the 9 heavens and sealed the void. "All right, you guys can slowly play inside. When you can't hold on any longer, I'll come and help you collect your corpses." He Tian, who had turned into Ji Hai, said as he turned around and left. He had achieved his goal. He just wanted to show his face. This way, Yu Yuan would think that Emperor Ji really wanted their lives. They only had one life. If they died, they wouldn't even be able to become ghosts. This time, I'll just wait and watch the show. After He Tian left, he immediately changed back and returned to his original appearance. Emperor Ji wants to rope in the ground clan and form an alliance with them. This time, I want to see how Emperor Ji will resolve this crisis. He Tian gave Emperor Ji a difficult problem. Let's do something more ruthless. Chapter 4278. He Tian arrived in front of the earth fire array that trapped Ji Hai and the others. At this time, Ji Hai and the others were bitterly struggling inside the array. The terrifying earth fire could burn saints to ashes. It was extremely powerful. The earth fire attracted by the 9 underworld earth fire was something that even quasi-supreme existences were unwilling to touch. He Tian smiled and then stepped into the earth fire array. Boom! The moment He Tian entered the earth fire array, the power of the earth fire array immediately increased. Swish! Another bolt of lightning struck another saint. Even though that saint's cultivation was formidable, he was still instantly transformed into ash, and his body and soul were obliterated. Damn it! Ji Hai could only watch helplessly as his subordinates were burned to ashes one by the divine fire. While Ji Hai was still in shock, a muffled sound was heard as the entire sea of fire exploded. The overflowing divine fire suddenly erupted, and Ji Hai's subordinates screamed as they were burned to ashes. Even Ji Hai himself was only able to hold on for 2 snaps of his fingers before he was burned by the divine fire and lost his life. Ji Hai died at the hands of the Ground Clan. When the news spread, the whole world was shocked. On the Myrtle ancestral star, someone who dared to challenge the Ji clan finally appeared? Although the Ground Clan is powerful, why would they dare to attack the Ji clan? I heard that the Ground Clan's sworn enemy, the Tian clan, is also preparing to come out. Isn't the Ground Clan courting death by attacking the Ji clan at this time? At this time, countless cultivators on the Myrtle ancestral star were discussing this matter. No one was optimistic about the Ground Clan. It should be known that the Tian clan alone was enough to make the Ground Clan suffer. Moreover, the Ji clan was even more powerful than the Tian clan. At this time, the Ground Clan's old ancestor Yuan destroyed a city of the Ji clan, killing thousands of Ji clan members. When the news spread, countless cultivators were shocked. Was the Ground Clan serious? The Ground Clan's old ancestor Yuan directly announced that the Ground Clan would start a war with the Ji clan. For a moment, a storm was brewing on the Myrtle ancestral star. Countless forces were watching, especially those who were hostile to the Ji clan. They hoped that the Ground Clan and the Ji clan would fight and both sides would suffer. If you want to fight, then fight. These were the words spoken by Emperor Ji, the current clan lord of the Ji clan. Ji Hai's death made Emperor Ji go crazy. One must know that Ji Hai was his left and right arms. Ji Hai could solve many things for him, but now Ji Hai was dead. Very quickly, the old ancestor of the Ground Clan, Yuan, attacked another city of the Ji clan. But this time, Yuan did not succeed and was forced away by the Ji clan's powerhouses who rushed over. At the same time, the Ground Clan's ancestral land, the Earth Imperial City, was surrounded by the Ji clan's powerhouses. Every single one of them possessed a terrifying combat power. Without any superfluous words, a great battle broke out. Rumble! The entire earthly imperial city trembled. The protective formation unleashed its greatest power, shaking the heavens and the earth. It actually managed to block the joint attack of 18 saints. Kill! Dozens of powerhouses rushed out of the earthly imperial city. Each of them had the aura of a saint. They were all saints, and their leader was a quasi-supreme. Yu Feng was the current clan lord of the Ground Clan. His cultivation had already reached the peak of quasi-supreme. He was the most promising existence in the Ground Clan to break through to the extreme grade, arrange the formation, and activate the war city. Yu Feng was calm and ruthless. Under his leadership, the power of the Ground Clan continued to grow. Even Emperor Ji wanted to rope him in. If it wasn't for He Tian's backstabbing, once Emperor Ji formed an alliance with the Ground Clan, Ji Changkong would have no chance. But now, not only did Emperor Ji fail to rope in the Ground Clan, but he also became enemies with the Ground Clan. In this way, Emperor Ji's position as the clan lord was somewhat unstable. The 18 saints of the Ji clan attacked the ancestral land at the same time. They wanted to take down the earthly imperial city with lightning speed and then attack the Ground Clan's ancestral land. This plan was very good because some of the Ground Clan's powerhouses had already left to support Yuan. Taking advantage of the absence of the Ground Clan's old ancestor, Yuan, to take down the Ground Clan's ancestral land in one fell swoop. This was Emperor Ji's plan, but plans often couldn't keep up with changes. The clan lord of the Ground Clan, Yu Feng, made his move. In the next moment, countless array patterns appeared on the earthly imperial city and interweaved into countless Tao diagrams, drawing in the power of the heavens. 5 elements sword come out. Yu Feng roared. 5 sword lights immediately rushed out of his body. Each sword light had a unique color, corresponding to the 5 elements of the golden crow, water, fire, and earth. Buzz! With the support of the earthly imperial city, the might of Yu Feng's 5 elements sword lights instantly increased by several times. Each sword light seemed to be able to destroy the world. Everywhere they passed, they left behind pitch-black spatial cracks. 5 sword lights soared into the sky and directly flew towards the 18 saints in the sky. Although there were only 5 rays of sword light, the sword aura that emanated from the 5 rays of sword light enveloped the 18 sages. "Humph, you want to kill us with this kind of divine path?" An old man in the sky sneered. In the next moment, he took out a black ball the size of a fist. He directly threw the black ball at the earthly imperial city below. Swish! Boom! A golden sword light flashed past and directly slashed the black ball, causing a loud explosion. Terrifying black lightning suddenly appeared, and wherever the black lightning passed, everything was annihilated. The 5 sword lights shook. The power of the black ball could not be underestimated. Is this the divine Een Thunder? Yu Feng, the clan lord of the Ground Clan, sneered. He drew the power of the earthly imperial city to himself. Countless divine lights rushed out from everywhere in the earthly imperial city. They madly gathered towards him and were directly devoured by him. Buzz! The sword resonated through the sky. The 5 elements sword lights suddenly erupted with the most dazzling sword light. The sword was like a dragon, and a gray sword light flashed by. A G-clan saint's head flew into the air, and the terrifying sword chi directly destroyed his Yuanshin. Swish! A fiery sword light swept over a saint from the G-clan. The saint was directly burned to ashes by the divine fire. 18 saints were constantly being killed by Yu Feng. Damn it! The old man was shocked and angry when he saw this. In the next moment, he took out a Dao item. As soon as the Dao item appeared, it immediately turned into an immemorial divine mountain that crushed down on the earthly imperial city below. Immemorial divine mountain? You're Ji-Mingi, the immemorial ancestor of the Ji clan? Yu Feng could not help but be shocked when he saw the divine mountain surrounded by immemorial qi. Ji-Mingi was Emperor Ji's uncle. His cultivation was much stronger than Emperor Ji's. He did not expect Emperor Ji to invite this god of death. Chapter 4279. The ancestor of the Ji clan, Ji-Mingi, was the uncle of the current clan leader, Emperor Ji. Even Emperor Ji didn't dare to slight him. At this time, the ancestor directly used his Dao artifact, the primordial divine mountain. A huge divine mountain appeared in the sky and directly pressed down on the earthly imperial city. Rumble! The entire world shook as the divine mountain fell from the sky. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Countless cultivators of the Ground Clan in the earthly imperial city were stunned by this scene. Even Yu Feng, the clan leader of the Ground Clan, had a serious expression on his face. 5 elements sword. Yu Feng stretched out his right hand, and the 5 sword lights that had been knocked away by the primordial divine mountain immediately flew back into his hand. The 5 divine swords combined into one and turned into a 5-colored divine sword. This was Yu Feng's Dao artifact that made him famous, the 5-element sword. It could be separated and combined at will. It had endless wondrous uses and astonishing power. At this time, Yu Feng had used the power of the earthly imperial city. His cultivation and battle prowess had broken through his shackles and was infinitely close to the extreme Dao realm. In fact, if he wanted to, he could directly use the extreme Dao power. However, extreme Dao power couldn't appear in the mortal world. Yu Feng knew very well that once he used the extreme Dao power, there would only be one ending for him: the destruction of both his body and soul. For cultivators, the destruction of both body and soul was the most miserable ending. Die! Yu Feng frantically used the power of the earthly imperial city, and endless power gathered towards the 5 elements sword in his hand. Buzz! The 5 elements divine sword in Yu Feng's hand vibrated, and ancient runes appeared on the blade. Eat my sword! Yu Feng used all his strength and slashed at the primordial divine mountain that was coming down from the sky. The sword light instantly soared for thousands of meters and fiercely slashed at the primordial divine mountain. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. The sword that seemed to be able to split the world in half only caused the primordial divine mountain to shake and the vast and mighty primordial energy to surge. Humph! Ji Mingi sneered. The next moment, a violent primordial energy erupted from the primordial divine mountain and knocked away Yu Feng's 5-element sword. How is this possible? Yu Feng was in disbelief. One must know that he had gathered the power of the Earth Royal City to unleash this attack. The power of this attack was enough to kill a quasi-supreme. The power of the primordial divine mountain far exceeded Yu Feng's imagination. The primordious divine mountain was unstoppable as it directly pressed down. Terrifying primordious qi surged out from the primordious divine mountain, shattering the void. 5 elements protection. Yu Feng had no choice but to recall the 5 elements magic sword and use the ultimate defensive ability of the earthly imperial city. An endless force of the 5 elements burst out from the ground, which turned into a giant barrier that encapsulated the entire Earth Royal City. Boom! Ji Mingi controlled the primordial divine mountain to smash into the nightmare light barrier. The entire 5-element protection violently shook as countless 5-element Tao patterns wove together. It was as if it could shatter at any moment. Roar! Damn it! Although Yu Feng used all his strength to draw upon the power of the earthly sovereign, he still found it very difficult. This primordial divine mountain was far too heavy, as if it were a true primordial divine mountain. The entire mountain pressed down on the sky above the earthly imperial city. All the clansmen of the Ground Clan were extremely shocked. While the Ground Clan and the Ji Clan were fighting, He Tian was leisurely watching the show from afar. He hid in the clouds, taking out items while watching the battle. At this time, in the eastern domain of the primal ancestral star, Gu Fei let out a long roar. He finally succeeded in refining the 3rd war city of the extreme Tao Heaven sect. He stretched out his right hand, and the entire war city quickly shrank and flew into his hand. At this time, the 1st city Lord controlled the 1st war city to attack the celestial war city. How is this possible? Gu Fei actually refined the 3rd war city. This shocked the 1st city, Lord to the extreme. That was a war city of the extreme Tao Heaven sect. How could it be refined so easily? The world was shocked when the news of a war city of the extreme Tao Heaven sect being refined spread out. The extreme Tao Heaven sect had 6 great war cities. These 6 war cities were used to suppress the other 6 directions. But now, the extreme Tao Heaven sect only had 5 war cities left. When the news reached the extreme Tao Heaven sect, the sect lord almost vomited blood. Haha, Gu Fei was very happy. This war city of the extreme Tao Heaven sect was a great killing weapon. With it in hand, it could destroy the world, especially when there was a large-scale battle. This war city of the extreme Tao Heaven sect was very useful. He actually refined it. Old ancestor Tianyu and old ancestor Tianluo of the Celestial Clan were also dumbfounded. Gu Fei's methods were very powerful. Since ancient times, no one had ever been able to refine the extreme Tao Heaven sect's war city. Go! The 1st city lord directly controlled the 1st war city to break the void and escape. Because at this time, Gu Fei stared at him, which made his hair stand on end. Humph! Gu Fei pointed with a finger. The 1st war city, which had just rushed into the primal chaos, shook violently. The 1st city lord felt like he was hit by a primordial sacred mountain, which shook his blood and qi, and he almost vomited blood. So powerful! The 1st city lord was shocked to the extreme. He didn't dare to stay at all and instantly disappeared into the primal chaos. You ran fast. Gu Fei didn't make another move. At this time, the battle between the extreme Tao Heaven sect and the Celestial Clan ended with the 1st city lord's escape. The result of this battle stunned all the forces. How is this possible? The Celestial Clan won? When did the Celestial Clan become strong enough to compete with the extreme Tao Heaven sect? All the forces couldn't believe it. One should know that the extreme Tao Heaven sect was the number one force in the primal ancestral star. The number one force was no joke. Although the Celestial clan was also very strong, they were only the overlord of the eastern region. How could they compare to the overlord of the central region? The forces on the primal ancestral star didn't think highly of the Celestial clan. But now they realized that they had seriously underestimated the Celestial clan. Humph, that's Gu Fei. Someone sneered. Gu Fei was famous in the soaring dragon ancestral star and the heaven realm. But in the primal ancestral star, he was a newcomer. Not many local forces on the primal ancestral star knew about Gu Fei. Only the experts who set foot on the human race's ancient road from the soaring dragon ancestral star and came to the primal ancestral star knew how powerful Gu Fei was. However, Gu Fei had made a few moves after coming to the primal ancestral star. Every move was earth-shattering. Especially this time, he even refined the extreme Tao Heaven sect's extreme Tao War City. Such a move would definitely shock the world. In any case, the Celestial clan won this battle. Someone said something like that. Chapter 4280. Primordial Ancestral Star, Eastern Region. The Heavenly Human clan had undoubtedly attracted the attention of countless forces in the entire primordial ancestral star, because they had defeated the overlord of the central region, the extreme Tao Heaven sect. The extreme Tao Heaven sect was a super force that had dominated the primordial ancestral star for countless years. To be able to become the overlord of the central region, the extreme Tao Heaven sect was undoubtedly extremely powerful. The power of the 18 old ancestors of the extreme Tao Heaven sect, together with the extreme Tao sect master, was enough to sweep away all the major regions. In particular, the extreme Tao Heaven sect had 6 extreme Tao battle cities, which were super killing weapons with terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. However, after the battle with the Heavenly Human clan in the eastern region, the extreme Tao Heaven sect had suffered heavy losses. 5 of their old ancestors had fallen, and the 18 old ancestors only existed in name. Gu Fei had also taken away one of the 6 great battle cities, leaving only 5. Even the first city, Lord, had been beaten away by Gu Fei with a finger. Even the extreme Tao sect master wanted to vomit blood at such a loss. This was enough to hurt the extreme Tao Heaven sect, which was a colossus. The extreme Tao Heaven sect master was furious. He mobilized all the forces in the sect, wanting to use the power of the entire sect to conquer the eastern region and destroy the Heavenly Human clan. However, at this moment, countless demon mountains suddenly appeared in the western region of the central region. A demon territory appeared without any warning, turning the boundless western region into a demon sky. Demons. The extreme Tao sect master was shocked and angry. There were also demons on the primordial ancestral star, but the demons had been defeated in the battle and had not appeared on the primordial ancestral star for countless years. With the appearance of the demons, the extreme Tao sect master's plan to conquer the eastern region was ruined. If the demons attacked the extreme Tao Heaven sect while the ancestral ground was empty, the consequences would be unimaginable. The appearance of the demons shocked the world. As the overlord of the central region, the extreme Tao Heaven sect sent 2 old ancestors to investigate, and the forces of the other regions also sent their own experts. The demon territory was surrounded by demon chi and the sky was dark. Entering the demon territory was like entering a different world. Demon territory. After Guling heard the news, she couldn't sit still anymore. She directly rode her fire weapon and went there. She wanted to temper herself before looking for a place to undergo her tribulation. The quasi-supreme, heavenly tribulation was no joke. Even Guling would have to prepare well for it. Guling wanted to go to the demon domain, but Gu Fei did not say anything. He was very clear that without experiencing the wind and rain, it was impossible to see the rainbow. No matter how beautiful the flowers in the greenhouse were, it was useless. Gu Fei stayed in Celestial City and didn't go anywhere. As long as he was there, the celestial human clan, and the other powers wouldn't dare to act recklessly. At that moment, Zhao Hao and the others were still cultivating in the inner world of Gu Fei's 9 heavenly star sword. As for little spirit Xian, Mo Xian, and Zhou Zairu, their cultivation levels improved very quickly under Yen's guidance. Gu Fei's inner world was definitely the place with the densest spiritual qi in the world. Cultivating here would yield twice the results with half the effort. Even if a pig was thrown into his inner world, it would become an immortal after some time. The Meng clan also had many experts. However, other than Zhao Hao, Gu Fei's disciples were not by his side. Since Gu Zhong and his son set foot on the human race's ancient road, there was no news of them. Yao Yu and Qi Long were taken away by the annulled demon child and heavenly emperor Xiang, and their whereabouts were unknown. Everyone had their own opportunities. Gu Fei was only their master, who led them through the door of cultivation. As for what they could achieve, it was up to them. Sometimes Gu Fei felt that he was not a competent master, nor was he a competent father. Along the way, the battles of life and death, the gratitude and grudges were all gone. In Celestial City, Gu Fei's state of mind changed a little. This change in state of mind actually caused his cultivation to show signs of breaking through. This was a pleasant surprise. In fact, if he devoured the extreme Dao Battle City, his cultivation could also increase by 1 level. However, this was too wasteful. He had a plan, and that was to replace the extreme Dao Heaven sect and become the overlord of the Central Region. In order to become the overlord of the Central Region, he first had to defeat the extreme Dao Heaven sect. Gu Fei wanted to nurture his own forces, because in the primogenitor realm, his forces were insignificant. The true super forces had been around for countless years, and they did not fear Gu Fei at all. In fact, when Gu Fei arrived at the primogenitor planet, the heart of eternity that he obtained actually moved, and the mysterious phalanx also reacted. Something on the primogenitor planet seemed to be summoning these two things. Gu Fei guessed that the heart of eternity and the phalanx probably belonged to the same person. Could it be that the primogenitor planet also had something from that mysterious existence? At this moment, Old Meng suddenly walked in from outside the hall. "My lord!" Old Meng bowed to Gu Fei. "What is it?" Gu Fei asked. "My lord, Celestial Clan's old ancestor Tian Luo requests an audience." Old Meng said, "He wants to see me?" Gu Fei smiled. This guy was defeated by him, and he even had his body destroyed and Yuan Shin suppressed in the mountain and river cauldron. This guy was afraid of him, and he still dared to come to see him? "Call him in," Gu Fei said. "Yes, my lord." Old Meng bowed and walked out. Soon, he returned with a young man behind him. This young man was Tian Luo, the Celestial Clan's strongest old ancestor in terms of cultivation and combat strength. Tian Luo was a second-generation Celestial with a pure bloodline, and he was the most senior in the Celestial Clan. Old ancestor Tian Luo was not someone like Tian Kuan or Tian you could compare to. Previously, he had just reconstructed his body, and his power had not completely recovered to its peak. Now he had recovered about 80% of his power. If the first city, Lord came now, old ancestor Tian Luo would not need old ancestor Tian Yu's help to scare the crap out of the first city lord. "Greetings, Taoist Gu." Old ancestor Tian Luo came before the throne and quickly bowed to Gu Fei. "You've recovered quite well. The Celestial Clan's secret skill is quite interesting." Gu Fei looked at old ancestor Tian Luo. This old ancestor Tian Luo did not even dare to look at Gu Fei. Gu Fei's gaze was terrifying, as if he could see through him at any time. He had used the Celestial Clan's secret skill to reconstruct his body, and he had recovered 80% of his cultivation and combat strength in such a short time. "All right, tell me, why are you here?" Gu Fei said calmly, "It's like this." Old ancestor Tian Luo explained his purpose of coming. "The immortal phoenix herb?" Gu Fei was surprised that old ancestor Tianluo wanted to form an alliance with him with the immortal phoenix herb. The problem was the immortal phoenix herb was not with the celestial clan, but with the extreme Dao Heaven sect. You want me to help you? It's simple. I want half of your cultivation resources, Gu Fei said solemnly. What? Old ancestor Tianluo was stunned. You don't even have the immortal phoenix herb, and you want me to help you? Dream on. Chapter 4281. The Heavenly Human Clan's plan was to trick Gu Fei and form an alliance with Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei was no fool. He wouldn't make a move without some tangible benefits. Half of the cultivation resources? That's too much. Old ancestor Tianluo said carefully. It's not much, but it's worth it. Gu Fei said with a smile. Half of the cultivation resources wasn't difficult for a super force like the Heavenly Human Clan. Let me think about it. Old ancestor, Tianluo said. This wasn't a small matter. Giving away half of the cultivation resources would affect the daily operations of the Heavenly Human Clan. I don't have much patience. Gu Fei looked at old ancestor Tianluo and said, All right, let's do it this way. Old ancestor Tianluo gritted his teeth. As long as they could defeat the Ji Dao Heaven sect, they wouldn't have to worry about cultivation resources. The Ji Dao Heaven sect was much stronger than the Heavenly Human Clan. The cultivation resources they had were definitely much more than the Heavenly Human Clan. Of course, if they wanted to obtain the cultivation resources of the Ji Dao Heaven sect, they would have to defeat the Ji Dao Heaven sect first. Send the things I want to the Heavenly Human City in 3 days. Gu Fei said, No problem. Old ancestor Tianluo agreed right away. If he didn't form an alliance with Gu Fei now, he would be eliminated by the Ji Dao Heaven sect at any time. One should know that the extreme Dao Heaven sect was said to have 18 old ancestors. Although Gu Fei had killed 5 old ancestors, there were still 13 old ancestors. However, the Heavenly Human Clan only had 3 patriarch-level beings. The difference between the Heavenly Human Clan and the Ji Dao Heaven sect was huge, especially the sect leader of the Ji Dao Heaven sect, who was extremely powerful. The 5 old ancestors of the Ji Dao Heaven sect had fallen in the East region. The sect leader of the Ji Dao Heaven sect would definitely not let it go. Old ancestor Tianluo knew that only Gu Fei could fight against the sect leader of the Ji Dao Heaven sect. Only by forming an alliance with Gu Fei would the Heavenly Human Clan have a chance of survival. Therefore, even though ancestor Tianluo was afraid of Gu Fei, he had no choice but to make this trip. After Patriarch Tianluo left, the Celestial Clan quickly transported a large number of immortal crystals, divine medicines, and all kinds of materials into Celestial City. Gu Fei sent Elder Meng and his men to receive them. The Celestial Clan had accumulated far too many cultivation resources over the years. Even though Gu Fei only asked for half of their cultivation resources, it still took the Celestial Clan 2 days and 2 nights to transport all of them. Such a large amount of cultivation resources was enough for Gu Fei to nurture countless powerhouses. There are actually 10 semi-undying spirit herbs. Gu Fei looked at the jade box in Elder Meng's hand and was a little surprised. Inside the jade box were 10 stalks of spiritual qi. A piece of violet sun godly metal. I can give this to Ling, so that she can make her own armor. Gu Ling already had the 9 phoenix cauldron. All she was missing was a defensive armor. Cultivators needed to be good at both offense and defense. It wouldn't do to only attack without defense. Gu Ling was about to undergo her heavenly tribulation, a quasi-supremacy heavenly tribulation. Gu Fei had to prepare everything for his daughter. However, while Gu Fei was looking for his daughter, Gu Ling had already left for the central region. At this time, the central region was in an uproar. Not only were the major forces in the central region fearful of the appearance of the demon realm, but the forces in the other regions of the primordial ancestral planet were also feeling uneasy. On the third day of the demon realm's appearance, 6 demon sovereigns charged out of the demon realm at the same time. Countless demonic creatures rushed out of the demon realm, covering the sky and earth. Just like that, a great war broke out without any warning. The 6 demon sovereigns were all at the peak of the Holy Venerate level. They weren't demon ancestors. This was just a test from the demon realm. Even so, the 6 demon sovereigns charged out for hundreds of thousands of miles before the holy venerates of the human race stopped them. Little girl, is there no one else in the human race? You actually want a little guy to fight? In the endless demonic aura, a demonic shadow appeared faintly. The powerful demonic aura shook the sky and earth, and it was terrifying. Hee hee, little demon brat, how dare you flaunt your seniority in front of me? You don't know what's good for you. A white-robed girl stood quietly on a mountain peak, looking at the demonic shadow in the sky with her hands behind her back. Humph, ignorant. The demonic shadow directly reached out to grab the white-robed girl below. The huge demonic hand covered the entire mountain peak, and powerful demonic power spread from the demonic hand. The entire region was shaking, and countless living beings were terrified to the extreme. Just as the demonic hand was about to grab the white-robed girl suddenly smiled. In the next moment, a divine cauldron suddenly rushed out of the white-robed girl's body. Buzz! 9 divine phoenixes rushed out of the divine cauldron. Towering divine flames surged from the 9 divine phoenixes, and the monstrous demonic aura was immediately dispersed. The huge demonic hand directly collapsed in the void after being hit by the 9 divine phoenixes. What? The demon sovereign was shocked. He didn't expect the seemingly harmless little girl to be so powerful. 9 phoenix cauldron? The Jedao Heaven sect's 9 phoenix cauldron? The demon sovereign suddenly shouted. The 9 phoenix cauldron was very famous in that war. Countless strong demons had died under this divine cauldron. The 9 divine phoenixes rushed into the sky, and the endless demonic aura was dispersed. A terrifying demons appeared in the sky. It was a creature covered in black scales, with 2 curved horns on its head and a pair of thin and long arms. The creature looked extremely ferocious, so ugly. The white-robed girl frowned when she saw the demons. What did you say? How dare you? The demon sovereign was furious. I'm a handsome guy among the demons in this form, and this little human girl actually said I'm ugly. It's really unforgivable. The 9 phoenix cauldron rushed towards the demon sovereign, and the 9 divine phoenixes rushed towards the demon sovereign from all directions. The extremely powerful fire elemental power spread in all directions. The 9 phoenix cauldron was like a divine sun that appeared high up in the sky, illuminating everything. People who saw this scene from afar were all shocked. The 9 phoenix cauldron of the extreme Dao Heaven sect. Did someone from the extreme Dao Heaven sect make a move? You're thinking too much. That's not someone from the extreme Dao Heaven sect. That's right. The 9 phoenix cauldron is now in the hands of the Celestial clan. It was no secret that the extreme Dao Heaven sect had lost the 9 phoenix cauldron during the war in the East region. However, not many people knew that the current owner of the 9 phoenix cauldron was Gu Ling. The person who made a move was naturally Gu Ling. Gu Ling had blocked the demon sovereign black dust with her own strength, preventing the demon sovereign's army of demons from taking even half a step forward. At this time, the demon sovereign black dust immediately retreated, dodging the attack of the 9 phoenix cauldron. The 9 phoenix cauldron was too famous, and even the demon sovereign black dust had to retreat. Haha, weren't you very arrogant just now? Are you afraid now? The demon sovereign of the demon region is really useless. Chapter 4282. On the primordial ancestral star, the emergence of the demon domain shocked the world. 6 demon lords led countless demonic creatures from the central region and slaughtered their way in all directions. Wherever the demon's army passed, there was no one left alive. In an instant, the central region was in chaos. Countless human cultivators suffered as the demon's army took down one city after another. Then, all the living beings in the city were slaughtered by the demon's army. The human forces reacted quickly. The major forces in the central region were defeated by the demon's army that suddenly appeared. Even a major family in the central region was slaughtered by the demon's army. The 6 demon lords that came out of the demon domain were initially invincible. However, very soon, holy venerables took action and intercepted the 6 demon lords. At this time, one of the 6 demon lords, Demon Lord Black Dust, was stopped by Guling. A great battle broke out. Guling's strength was unparalleled. She forced Demon Lord Black Dust to retreat with a single move. The 9 phoenix cauldrons' power shook the heavens and the earth. 9 divine phoenixes danced in the sky. The demonic aura that filled the sky was directly dispersed by the mighty fire elemental power of the divine phoenixes. Guling's white robes fluttered as she directly leaped from the mountain top. She was like a peerless female sovereign that defied the heavens, elegant and otherworldly. Little girl die. Demon Lord Black Dust was furious. He was actually being looked down upon by a little girl. How could he tolerate this? Rumble, a huge black hole directly appeared between the heavens and the earth. A heaven-devouring power surged out from the black hole and instantly enveloped Guling. Guling only felt her body tighten. Then, she flew uncontrollably towards the black hole in the sky. Humph! Guling sneered. She clenched her right hand and punched upwards. In the next moment, the space in front of her fist shook violently. After that, the entire space collapsed and exploded in an instant. What black hole? What heaven-devouring power? Everything was directly destroyed by Guling's punch. This was the ultimate battle technique created by Gu Fei, the extreme destruction fist. With a single punch, it could break through all mystic arts. Even if one's mystic arts were unparalleled, it would still be useless. The moment the black hole was destroyed, a demonic figure fell out of the void. How is this possible? This fellow was none other than Demon Sovereign Black Dust. His entire body was covered in blood, and one of his horns had fallen off. The scales on his body had also fallen off, and in some places his bones had even pierced through his flesh. The lofty demon, Venerable Black Dust, who could call the wind and summon the rain in the demon domain, and was second only to the demon ancestor, was in such a sorry state. You are... Only now did Demon Venerable Black Dust realize that he had severely underestimated this seemingly harmless little girl in front of him. This little girl was actually an ancestor-level existence. She was playing the pig to eat the tiger. In the primordial ancestral stars' primordial demon territory, the most powerful existence was the demon ancestor, and the demon venerables were second only to the demon ancestor. This time, the 6 demon sovereigns had only taken action to test the various forces on the primeval ancestral star. The strongest demon ancestor had yet to take action. The cultivation of a demon venerable was equivalent to that of a holy venerable. Guling's cultivation had already broken through to the quasi-venerable realm, and he only needed to overcome the heavenly tribulation to become a true quasi-venerable realm expert. However, even though she had yet to go through her tribulation, she was still incomparable to the demon lord. With just one punch, the black dust demons were almost destroyed by Guling. This shocked and angered him. Swoosh! Demon Venerable Black Dust immediately turned around and fled. However, it was already too late. Guling stretched out her hand and directly grabbed Demon Venerable Black Dust, who had already rushed to the horizon, back. Trying to escape, Guling coldly looked at Demon Venerable Black Dust in her hand. Don't kill me. At this time, Demon Venerable Black Dust had already been scared out of his wits by the combat strength displayed by Guling Noisy. Guling clenched her right hand, and in the next moment, that ball of divine light exploded. A dignified demon, Venerable, had his physical body and primordial spirit destroyed, just like that. Both his body and soul were destroyed. Killing a demon Venerable was like killing a chicken. With the death of demon Venerable Black Dust, the army of demons that he led immediately dispersed. Buzz! Gu Ling held the 9-phoenix cauldron in her hand. In the next moment, the divine cauldron vibrated, and the heaven-devouring power appeared once again. Countless demons involuntarily flew towards the 9-phoenix cauldron. In just a few seconds, one of the 6 demon sovereigns, demon Venerable Black Dust, had become a thing of the past. Gu Ling's strength had stunned everyone, especially the eastern region. Only a limited number of people in the eastern region knew of Gu Fei's existence. Swish! Gu Ling strode in the void. She actually walked directly into the demon's domain and disappeared inside. At this time, in other directions, human holy venerables also made their moves, and intense battles broke out. Terrifying demonic might spread in all directions. At this time, Gu Fei was in the eastern region, in Celestial City. When he received the news that the demon's domain had appeared, he wasn't nervous at all. He didn't even look for Gu Ling. He remained in Celestial City, coldly observing the various storms. At this time, Gu Ling had just entered the demon's domain when she encountered 6 demonic cultivators blocking her way. She was like a ferocious tiger that had entered a flock of sheep. With a palm strike, she smashed the head of a demonic cultivator into his chest. With a shoulder strike, she directly sent another demon flying while vomiting blood. After that, she reached out and grabbed a demonic saber. With a flash of saber light, 2 heads flew into the air. Then, she swept her right leg, directly breaking the tendons and bones of the 2 demons. They weren't far from death. In the blink of an eye, in just 2 breaths, Gu Ling had killed 4 demons, severely injured 2 demons, and killed or injured 6 demons. It wasn't that these demons weren't strong, but that they were unlucky to have encountered Gu Ling. At this time, Gu Ling directly held the demonic saber that was still dripping with blood and strode forward. Those demons didn't expect a human expert to kill into the demon's domain so quickly. In an instant, the demon's domain shook and countless demons were alarmed. The other demons were scared silly by this scene. How is this possible? A demon in the distance stared at Gu Ling, and his eyes couldn't help but narrow. The combat strength that Gu Ling displayed was shocking. Humans are so strong now. No matter how hard this demon scratched his head, he would never have imagined that Gu Ling wasn't a native of the primordial ancestral planet. Kill! Without any hesitation, countless demons charged at Gu Ling from all directions. There were black shadows everywhere. Swish! A demonic arrow shot out from the depths of the demon's domain and instantly shot in front of Gu Ling. Gu Ling reached out with her right hand and directly grabbed the incoming demonic arrow. Then, she directly threw it at an attacking demon. That demon was taken aback and wanted to dodge, but the speed at which the demonic arrow was thrown by Gu Ling was much faster than the speed at which it was shot. He couldn't even dodge it. The demon screamed and was directly nailed to death by the demonic arrow. Chapter 40, 283. In the human realm, the primordial ancestral star, one of the 5 great ancestral stars, the demonic territory appeared and the world was in chaos. Both the human race and the other races were extremely nervous. It should be known that the dark ages of the primordial ancestral star were caused by the demonic chaos. At that time, the world was in chaos and the people were in misery. Even some heavenly sects and great sects that had existed for countless years disappeared and perished. The current primordial ancestral star was actually reshuffled during the Dark Ages. Whether it was the celestial humans or the extreme Tao Heaven sect, they only gradually rose after the Dark Ages. The celestial humans recuperated for tens of thousands of years before reappearing. The extreme Tao Heaven sect's sect master was very depressed. He originally wanted to use the power of the entire sect to destroy the celestial humans in the eastern region. However, the demonic territory suddenly reappeared at this time. The demonic territory was a world that belonged to the demons. When the demons retreated and the Dark Ages ended, the chaos on the primordial ancestral star gradually calmed down. After countless years of evolution, the primordial ancestral star became what it was today. At this time, the demonic territory reappeared on the primordial ancestral star. Naturally, the major forces were uneasy. Sure enough, on the third day after the demonic territory reappeared on the primordial ancestral star, they suddenly launched an attack on the major forces in the central region of the primordial ancestral star, especially the army of demons, led by the 6 demon lords. They were unstoppable. They directly killed their way through hundreds of thousands of miles, as if there was no one there. Only when Guling arrived and stopped the demon Lord Black Dust by herself did this one-sided situation end. After a great battle, the demon Lord Black Dust fell. Guling directly used the 9 Phoenix Cauldron to refine and kill the army of demons that the demon Lord Black Dust brought. Even Guling's mount, Fire Unicorn, Fire Dance, killed many demons. Boom! Guling rode the Fire Unicorn and directly killed her way into the demonic territory. She shook the demonic saber that she had snatched and directly split a demon mountain that was falling from the sky in half. In the endless demonic chi, a terrifying demon shadow loomed. Guling raised her head and looked at the figure in the sky with an indifferent expression. She needed an evenly matched battle. She wanted to borrow the hands of the devil experts to sharpen herself. In a battle against a demon, Guling could let go of his worries and fight to his heart's content. That devil mountain, which was split into 2 by Guling's saber, actually reassembled itself. A ball of devil light flashed, and the devil mountain was actually completely intact. When Guling saw this, her heart skipped a beat. She had finally met a decent opponent. She looked at the demonic figure in the sky, her battle intent surging like a rainbow. Rays of fiery light circled around her, and within the fiery light one could vaguely see fire-shaped Tao patterns interweaving. Little girl, how dare you act so presumptuously in this ancestor's territory? Are you looking for death? The demonic figure in the sky emitted a wave of divine will. Forefather. When Guling heard that, his battle intent surged even more. A demon that dared to call himself an ancestor was definitely stronger than a devil sovereign. That was a quasi-supreme of the demonic path. Only such a demon would dare to call himself an ancestor. If you want to fight, then fight. Guling's body was filled with fire elemental energy, causing the surrounding void to tremble under the impact of her energy. Ha ha! As though he had heard the funniest joke in the world, that demonic ancestor burst out into laughter. You dare to look down on me? Guling's expression changed. That demonic ancestor did not manage to see through Guling's cultivation. Since you wish to die, there's no reason for this ancestor to not grant you your wish. As the demonic ancestor spoke, he made his move. A gigantic hand descended from the sky, grabbing towards Guling. The violent power of the demonic path shook the entire world. The moment this demonic ancestor made his move, it was earth-shattering. 1. At this moment, the 9 Phoenix Cauldron in Guling's hands flew up and blocked the gigantic hand of the demonic ancestor. Rumble! Amidst an incomparably shocking sound, 9 godly phoenixes rushed out from the 9 Phoenix Cauldron and charged towards that demonic hand. The 9 godly phoenixes blocked that demonic hand. You're a quasi-supreme as well. The Black Mountain demonic ancestor was extremely shocked. To think that he could not see through the cultivation base of this human lass. This made him extremely displeased. Haha, you're only able to tell now. Guling soared into the sky. With a wave of her hand, the 9 Phoenix Cauldron flew into her hands. So what if you're a quasi-supreme? It's not like I haven't killed one back then. The Black Mountain demonic ancestor laughed coldly. Back in those dark times, the name of the Black Mountain demonic ancestor was extremely resounding. But now, the Black Mountain demonic ancestor was still the Black Mountain demonic ancestor. However, the person back then was no longer the same. The Black Mountain demonic ancestor opened his mouth at Gu Fei and sucked in. Instantly, countless cracks appeared in the entire world. Even the void seemed as though it was about to be devoured by this demonic ancestor. The mountains and the surroundings crumbled and turned into dust. Guling only felt her body tightening up as though she was being bound by something. Involuntarily, she was sent flying towards the mouth of the Black Mountain demonic ancestor. Humph! Guling clenched her right hand and punched out. Boom! The force of the punch exploded, and the Black Mountain demonic ancestor was sent flying thousands of feet away. An endless amount of demonic qi was dispersed by this punch. This punch was extremely tyrannical. This was an unparalleled battle skill created by Gu Fei, the extremity-breaking fist. With a single punch, no matter how unparalleled your mystic arts were, it would be useless. This is when the Black Mountain demonic ancestor saw Guling's punch. His eyes lit up and he was a little surprised. This was the first time he had seen such a battle skill. Bam! At this moment, Guling punched out once more. Amidst the dull sound of collision, a figure was sent flying. Demonic blood rained down from the sky. Roar! Being sent flying by Guling's punch once more, the Black Mountain demonic ancestor went crazy. How can this be? The Black Mountain demonic ancestor roared into the sky. Violent energy waves spread out, causing the sky to change color. He opened his mouth and spat out 9 beams of demonic light. Each beam of demonic light was incomparably resplendent. At the next moment, the 9 beams of demonic light turned into 9 demonic spears that pierced towards Guling. Guling kept the 9 phoenix cauldron and waved his hands, sweeping away the 9 demonic spears that were piercing towards him. When the Black Mountain demonic ancestor saw this, he couldn't help but be shocked. The 9 demonic spears did not disappear. Instead, they made a turn in the sky and pierced towards Guling wherever the demonic spears passed. The void would be torn apart. Guling used the desolate steps and moved rapidly in the void, pressing towards the Black Mountain demonic ancestor. Demonic world incinerating. The Black Mountain demonic ancestor let out a furious roar. At the next moment, endless demonic flames burst out from his body, instantly enveloping the area within a radius of 10,000 miles. Guling was immediately engulfed by the demonic flames. The area within a radius of 10,000 miles turned into a sea of fire. Countless demons and living beings were instantly burned into ashes, their bodies and souls destroyed.